parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Dis-moi où est ton papa, sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, well, actually kind of sunny, Chicago, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live and alive here in Chicago, Illinois. New house alert, new crib, who dis? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Chicago out here in the Midwest, baby. You already know what it is. One of my favorite places to visit. I'm alive in the Windy City. It's actually really hot in this hotel room right now. Well, sorry, this is my new home. It was rainy earlier, but it's sunny now. It was raining when I first walked in to Chicago, but it's actually kind of... I gotta fix this freaking camera angle, dude. What the hecky? What the heliante? Oh, hold on. One second. Maybe like lower it a little bit. Sorry. I just, and then zoom out. Is that better? Perhaps a little bit better. Anyway, Chicago, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, it says it's 48 degrees and windy here in Chicago, but it's hot as a frick. I don't want to curse. I was cursing quite a bit at the airport earlier today, so I don't want to curse. But in any case, it's I'm alive, and you better not step foot in Waterloo. Okay. It's wonderful. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do right now. It's obviously Saturday, March 7th, 2026, 12:33 p.m. Pacific time, and it's actually 2:33 p.m. Chicago time. And I am live. And this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God. What is this? This is an opportunity. I don't know if you know this person, but it could be a great opportunity in the future. An opportunity for foreign journalists to go to Iran and report on the U.S. Zionist war of aggression. Yeah, chatter. I don't know how to explain this to you, but like America and Israel are currently bombing the country. Okay? So it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to find my way to Iran. I go to areas, like there's a level of conflict that I can deal with. I just don't think that this might go a little bit beyond that level of conflict. Is that okay? You know? But in any case, bro, you should tour North Korea. I'd much rather go to North Korea than Iran. Let's be real. North Korea has nuclear arms and is not currently being bombed by the Zionist entity. So Yeah, as long as I don't steal, like, I don't know, like a poster or something. Anyway, have you seen what happened to Ben Shapiro's eyebrows? It's not a drill. It's a fake video. It's an AI video, or not AI video, but like a Photoshop. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi, Piker, in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So, ended the broadcast yesterday, as you guys know. Went to sleep shortly thereafter. Woke up super early in the morning. Don't really have I haven't had a lot of sleep. That's the third time I'm saying it. Yeah, you might have noticed that I haven't slept a lot. You might have noticed that I have not slept a lot. And that's probably not good because I have to be up and ready to go, ready to rise to the occasion in a couple hours when I deliver a speech at Northwestern University in front of the students. And might come as a surprise to all of you, but I didn't prepare anything. And I also don't have a soundboard because like right now I'd be hitting the fa. Okay, perfect conditions for okay, buddy. Okay, you need to fucking calm down. In any case, where was I? So, yeah. Woke up at like 4 a.m., went to LAX. We're flying to Chicago O'Hare, right? We're flying to Chicago O'Hare. Now, here's the issue. The airline that I used for the flight in, at least, is American. And the problem with that is that American is both on the Tom Bradley International Terminal, but it's also on Terminal 4. Now, these two terminals are close to one another, so I'm like, all right. It's, it's the ticket says Terminal 3, but it was, online check-in ahead of time. It's a stable ticket. It's not one of those like that just updates, right? So we go to fucking Terminal 4. It says on the ticket, it says Terminal 4. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Terminal 4. We walk, and for those of you who don't know LAX, you got to walk underneath the runway. It's like really long and annoying. Whatever, right? It's like approximately like a 15 to 20 minute walk. And as you guys know, I make a habit not to check in my luggage because I have a lot of sensitive electronic equipment. And therefore, I have to carry it on. So I have to carry it everywhere with me. Now, the problem is that shit's heavy. It takes a toll. We finally barely make it right before boarding time. I walk up to the gate that we're supposed to be at, and it says Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. I'm like, the fuck? I'm looking at my ticket. I'm looking up at the gate. Gate's telling me something entirely different. There's people going to Texas at the gate. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Turns out they changed the goddamn gate. They changed the goddamn gate to Tom Bradley International Terminal. So we had to walk through that tunnel, walk under the runway once again with like literally no time to spare. Barely made it by the end of boarding. Got on the plane, immediately fucking knocked out. No lie flat. I'm obviously, bougie bitch. Gate change. I'm sweating more than anyone has ever sweat in the history of sweat. I am the wettest from the standpoint of water. Okay? I am the wettest from the standpoint of water. I'm the wettest from the standpoint of sweat. No one has ever been as porous. No one has ever been as leaky. No one's ever lactated as hard as me. And I'm like, and I know there's like a lot of fans when I'm at the airport, right? Like hella people come up and they're like, oh my God, Hasan. Like TSA guys come up. TSA guy, when I was going in, looks up at me, goes, why don't you have thought you'd be doing pre-check? I turn to him and I go, the government took it away from me. He turns around and goes, well, the government took away my salary. Which is true. Currently, the Department of Homeland Security is not funded. And of course, instead of rerouting the funds from the expansive ICE budgets back to like the bravest warriors of all time, the TSA, HasanAbi has, they're still giving it to the fattest Nazis you've ever seen. So he grievance mogged my ass. And, I was like, well, you're right about that. That's right. The DHS is not funding you guys. That's devastating. So anyway, back and forth, run in, get into the flight, knock the freak out, wake up in between, think I'm going to read some books. Don't read any books at all. Immediately dive into my phone. Immediately, I'm monitoring the situation. Situations are being monitored. From the standpoint of situation monitoring, this is the most situations have ever been monitored. Get off the plane, get in a car, get to the hotel. Took my morning dump later than usual, unfortunately, and took a shower, and here we are. And that's the reason why I'm late. So I apologize. I was late because I was flying. I was flying from Los Angeles to Illinois. Hold on one second. Wait, hold on. I might be getting a big update here. One second. Sorry. Situations are being monitored. So yeah, any plans on IRL today? Yes, dude. I'm going to go to Northwestern campus and I'm going to be speaking at Northwestern University in front of Northwestern students. Do you ever notice when the airline approved the story to the class, or do you expect us to believe it? No, I mean, I don't expect you to believe it. I'm lying. I'm lying to all of you. Do you have the emotional energy after all this for the speech? It's not the emotion. It's just that I'm like legitimately tired. And I just realized it just set in how tired I am. What's the fit going to be? The fit's going to be pretty basic today. It's not going to be anything crazy. I'm not wearing like a big suit or anything. I'm wearing the black mouse suit that I have. Not the gray one. But students who may soon be drafted. Yeah, we got something for that. So yeah. Would you ever talk to Brandon Scott of Baltimore? Yeah, he's dope. I'm a big fan of his. He cut down homicides pretty big. So he's cool. In any case, yeah, that's all I got. I could get you connected. Okay. I'll be down. I'll be down to do something. Okay. Chicago. Monitoring situation. Cuba under threat. MAGA loves this war now. Burger Reich. Northwestern speech later. Ben Gurion Airport hit. Damn. Water desalination plant in Iran hit. Iran strikes back. President of Iran says something that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a blast off meme? You got a meme. Thank you. Hold on. I'm also literally I'm also doing stuff here on the business deals side. Did you hear that Iran's threatening to consider UK bases as valid military bases? Dude, they got smoke for everybody, man. They got smoke for everybody. They're crazy. All right. I'm blasting off. We're live. We're alive. I need like 54 more espresso shots to be able to get through this, hopefully. As much as we miss you, Unc, you got to take a day off once in a while, but we're locked in now. Brother, I can't take a day off while it's situation monitoring time. It's the worst time to take a day off. Partially because of the memes of like, oh, Hasan takes the day off and then nukes get launched. And then also because like this is, I think maybe I overestimate my own impact, but I do legitimately think that in the little space that I occupy on the internet, in the grand sea of misinformation, I feel like someone's got to parse through all this stuff. And it's not just for you guys in here in general, but like I truly do feel like there isn't a lot of coverage on things that are going on on that side of the world that actually humanizes the quote unquote enemy. You know what I mean? That actually sees the people that we're bombing as human beings. And there are so many news outlets that simply treat Iran or even the Gulf, Palestinians, Lebanese people, Hezbollah, like everyone as like barbaric monsters that need to be forcibly tamed with the might of American weaponry. And that's part of the reason why that's part of the reason why my coverage stays on no matter what. Because I know people there. I have sources. I talk to people. Hasan doesn't have to take days off, Shadows. He doesn't do anything but cover the news and tweet all day. It's not like he has other occupations to take care of. That's true. I also don't have a life. I'm a whole ass loser. So that's probably the other reason why it's much easier for me to continue doing this. My family's Greek. What's the beef between Turks and Greeks? Never understood it. We destroyed Byzantine Empire and took over Constantinople, which was the capital, and turned it into Istanbul. That's pretty big beef. Also, the Ottoman Empire was an empire. It was a colonial occupant of the Greeks for a very long time. So that's probably a good reason. There's a decent level of subjugation that took place outside of like the overall humiliation. Because like in my experience, one thing I will say is like Christians do have a tendency to never forget when a non-Christian offends them, when a non-Christian dominates them. You know what I mean? I do think that adds insult to injury a little bit. Like, because Christians fight amongst one another all the time, and like whatever, there's just like brotherly bonding. But ultimately they can get back together under the same banner: Catholics versus Protestants, Christians, French versus the British versus the German, all of that good stuff. But like when it's an outsider force like the Ottomans, who are Muslim, and they're doing the domination, it's like an alien force that came into their lands and dominated them. And there's definitely a lot of additional anger and additional animosity that comes along with that. Yeah, I've seen this. This is funny. New levels of situation monitoring unlocked here. This is me. This is how I be monitoring the situation. Bro, Cyprus is not our religion. No, I don't think it's just religion. I don't think it's just religion. I'm saying that like the reason why the Europeans have referred to the Ottomans as the sick man of Europe is for that reason. Anyway, can you teach us how to invest in China? Bitch, I don't know how to invest in China. I don't even invest. How am I supposed to teach you how to invest, or how to teach you how to invest in China of all places? My family hates me because of you. Everybody, Candace. That's sad. Yeah, there's lots of reasons why Greeks and Turks have beef with one another. Lots of reasons. Syria might be modernizing too quickly. I think their account is hacked. I thought this was hentai, says the Syrian state government account. Black Lagoon is not hentai. However, there's a non-zero chance of hentai getting posted by our member Yuki. Link. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. And the Syrian government is asking us for hentai links? No. Yeah. Wink, wink. We get you. What link would you like? It's okay. We can provide. Lesbian hentai 18 to 21. A Shia would never do this. No, I'm just kidding. Oil prices will continue to rise. Yeah, massive explosions in the rock oil depots in Iran. The situation is being monitored, and let me tell you, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's nowhere near as good as you would think. But of course, Donald Trump and his fat cats are already back on this side of the planet, talking about fucking up Cuba and any other country that dares to democratically organize and decide to have any sort of autonomy or sovereignty from American imperialism. So it's fantastic stuff overall. We're going to get started because I don't have a lot of time before the speech. So I'm going to get started here with U.S. saying that they've hit 3,000 targets in Iran.
The U.S. and Israel intensifying their attacks on Iran as President Trump now demands, quote, unconditional surrender. Overnight explosions rocking Tehran yet again. Israel says they began a new wave of strikes in the capital city. Videos circulating online showing the moment one of those strikes hit a major airport, leaving it engulfed in flames. Iran has been ramping up its retaliatory strikes throughout the week. On Friday, fires seen erupting at U.S. logistics offices and warehouses in Iraq after an Iranian drone strike. And in Kuwait, Iranian missile debris igniting this fire at a military base where U.S. troops are stationed. No injuries have been reported. But this morning, in a televised address, the president of Iran apologizing to its neighbors, saying there will be no more attacks on neighboring countries and no missile launches unless attacks originate from those countries against Iran. Also responding to Trump's call for surrender, saying the U.S. and Israel, quote, will take their dreams of us surrendering unconditionally to the grave. And in an alarming new development, sources telling ABC News the U.S. believes Russia has been providing intelligence to Iran involving the locations of American troops, including aircraft and ships in the region. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth responding to those claims in a preview of an upcoming 60 Minutes episode.
Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who, why they're talking to him, how accurate that information might be, how we factor that into.
When they say they hit 3,000 targets, not all of them are like painted targets or whatever with like thermal paint, but a lot of the targets that they're hitting are just like irrelevant targets. They have the capacity to eventually deteriorate the launch capabilities. They have the capacity more so than the deterioration of launch capabilities to maintain complete air superiority over different parts of Iran. They haven't yet established complete air superiority over different parts of Iran. Part of the reason why is because I've talked about it already. Iran has mobile defense systems. So when the defense systems are not out and they're hidden, Americans can fly around. They have drones. They have Reaper drones. Israel has their own version of the Reaper drone. I forget what it's called. But like we have our own surveillance drones and we have strike drones as well that can loiter for a lot longer than a fighter jet can. It's still a very expensive. Yeah, the Hermes. Thank you. So it's still a very expensive drone. It's a very expensive piece of equipment, and Iranians have been able to take out multiple at this point. I believe it's around 4. And numerous Israeli drones have been taken out as well. We don't know the actual numbers for that. The Ansar Allah is still the number one at drone targeting. But basically what America is trying to do is, alongside Israel, what they're trying to do is just like deteriorate Iran's anti-air systems to the best of their ability, so that then they can go scud hunting, right? Something that we were able to do in Iraq fairly easily, because Iraq is the terrain of Iraq is not as good for hiding weapon systems as the Iranian terrain is. You know, the topography of Iran is mountainous, and it's much easier to hide these weapon systems. It's much easier to move them around. It's much easier to put them inside of caves. The Iranian topography makes it quite difficult to engage in this kind of thing. But in order to even kickstart the process of scud hunting, which will be an incredibly, incredibly expensive endeavor regardless, which America definitely has the offensive capabilities to do, make no mistake, they have to diminish the Iranian anti-air systems. And that's the reason why they're constantly bombing right now. Like I'm sure that they're trying to bomb the missile silos and things like that. But regardless of the fact that they're trying to bomb the missile silos and the missile depots and where they make the munitions in general, I don't think that they've had a good enough. I don't think they've done a great job with that. Iranians are not launching the same severity of missiles since like the first day of the conflict. However, having said that, they have a much higher hit rate now with the missiles that they are launching when they do. So, if you consider like ballistic munitions, 300 or so ballistic munitions fired in Israel's direction or fired in general, the first first day of the Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus, right now they're hitting like 35, right? But the hit rate has gone up so much that even if they were hitting 350, they were, their hit rate was nowhere near as high. So they're more effective and more efficient with their strike capabilities. However, I will say this. Like I said, America doesn't have enough in the tank for defensive weapons, but they certainly do have a lot in their offensive capabilities. America is very, very good at offensive. America has virtually unlimited missiles, different types of weapons, different types of munitions that they can deploy when it comes to offense. The reason why it's normally like a glass cannon is because most of America's enemies are not people with like air forces or a significant indigenous weapons manufacturing system, weapons manufacturing industry. While Iran was basically designing their entire defenses against exactly what's happening, America has designed its entire offense, not against what's happening in Iran, but more so just like to constantly have permanent air cover over troop positions in places like Afghanistan and places like Iraq, where you can just like very quickly take out what exists if there is any air force at all, and then have complete air superiority over the entire land. Iran is a different demon. So, that's the reason why they're having this hang up. That's the reason why they're having a hard time dealing with it. But in the process, they've killed a bunch of people. The death toll in Iran has gone up. I believe it's more than 1,200 people. Last time I checked, it's probably higher than that now. And also the types of targets that America and Israel are striking have crossed new boundaries. New boundaries like a water desalination plant. If you recall, yesterday I talked to you about how we were talking about like Iran's capabilities of withstanding a war of attrition, right? And one of the things someone asked me is like, oh, what's their agricultural output look like? And I told you that Iran is like a fairly self-sufficient country with one exception. And that exception, of course, is water. Water is a major problem in this region. It's certainly not just a problem for Iran. It's an even bigger problem for the Gulf states, where they have to have desalination plants. Without them, it's like you're knocking out basically 60% of their fresh water supply. So what America did and what America seeks to do here, I think, is to collapse the Gulf in its entirety. I don't think this is just about Iran. If I were to think of like a higher ambition for America in all of this, if this isn't just like Israel urging Trump to do something unimaginably stupid, that's going to be, tens of billions of, well, already tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of fucking dollars in expenditures at the behest of Israel. If I'm thinking like longer term, like what could be the grand project here? Maybe, and this is what I wanted to ask the oil autists in my chat about a little bit, because I don't fully understand the refinery process. I was thinking about this quite a bit last night, because now that the Republicans have openly started saying, we don't even give a shit about regime change, we just want the oil. I started thinking like, well, they're not going to get the oil, right? So I wonder if they're just trying to get Iran to blow up all the refineries, and then they blow up Iranian refineries, and that's already happened today, by the way. They blow up Iranian refineries, Iran retaliates, goes up the escalation ladder, and hits the nuclear option, where Iran just like completely cripples the oil refinement processes in the Gulf, right? And then America is sitting on a massive stockpile, a massive natural reserve now in Venezuela of heavy crude. Heavy crude, normally in the shale boom that we've had in the country, which is lighter, right? Heavy crude is useless to us, at least as long as like the Gulf can continue facilitating oil and gas to that side of the world, to the eastern side of the world, the Asian countries. But now, if you just destroy the Gulf, all of a sudden, the price of the oil barrel, the price of a singular barrel could be kept relatively stable, and it would actually be very cost effective for America to start refining heavy crude, which 70% of our refinement process actually utilizes heavy crude. So we just don't have heavy crude. We've always taken it from other countries. We don't have a lot of heavy crude, but now we have unlimited heavy crude from Venezuela. So I wonder if that is the long-term, like, imperialist ambition of some of the Americans that are looking at the situation and thinking, yeah, we just wait this out. All of this market panic actually benefits us quite a bit. Sure, we lose our bases. Sure, we lose our weapon systems. Sure, we lose our radar systems in the Gulf, and we lose our Gulf partners. But we also destroy the Gulf in the process, and America becomes like one of the sole oil providers to the Asian markets, which is pretty big, because then we're the sole oil provider for China. Hasan is making shit up as he goes. Wait, what? Did you just not listen to what I'm saying? This is like, I'm saying this might be America's like 5D chess. I don't understand. Wait, what? I don't understand. These guys don't even come in here and like listen to anything that I'm talking about. They just are like, Hasan is lying to you all. It fucking sucks. This will be a massacre. Never take war news from a progressive because war is ugly and gross. Really? I hate everything about the U.S., but I know what awaits. We can afford $1 trillion defense budget, but not food, healthcare, or housing. Hasan is just making shit up as he goes. That's such a strange way to respond to what I'm talking about. Now, the reason why I said I need to hear from the oil autist is because I might be totally off base here. Because like I know that the type of oil that comes from the Gulf is different. It's not heavy crude, right? This was a big problem for Venezuela, if you believe the analysts, right? That's the reason why Venezuela's market collapsed. It was a single resource economy, sure, that's fair, but also on top of that, it was heavy crude, and no one wanted to work with heavy crude. But that I feel like could be one of the angles, because like if you recall, we were reading so many different articles at the time when America was moving on Venezuela, and all these big thinkers were like, well, America doesn't want to invade Venezuela for oil, even though Trump was like, I'm invading Venezuela for oil. Like, I want the oil of Venezuela. I don't give a shit about anything else. I just want the oil. Fuck you. And everyone was like, no, because if America sat on top of like the world's largest, known natural reserves in Venezuela, technically this would destroy the domestic oil manufacturing in the United States of America. Okay. Which is true. There is truth to that. If America was to just lean into the heavy crude that they're getting and start refining heavy crude and start importing, start selling a fuck ton of heavy crude, this would be beneficial for Chevron in the long run and Exxon in the long run, but it would destroy like the small business oil frackers. Like it would straight up destroy a big part of the Texas economy, right? Because like in many parts of this country, it sounds funny when you say it like that, like small business frackers, that's a real thing, right? Like that doesn't mean that they're literally a small business like a mom and pop shop, but there are much smaller frackers out there, right? And you have the giants, but in the United States of America, you also have with the expansion of oil extraction with fracking, you have a lot of like smaller, independent operations that are a big part of the Texas economy. There's just a big part of the American economy. And that is how we got energy independence, right? So what I feel like is, at the time, everyone was like, this doesn't make sense. What the fuck are we going to do with Venezuela's oil? Because if we produce too much oil, then the price of the barrel goes down and then no one's making money because it has to sit at that, like, what, $60? You remember how Giannis and I were talking about this? Where, the price of a barrel has to sit in that like 60 to 70 comfortable range where the prices are low enough for the consumer, but they're high enough so that like there's profits to be made, right? If it dips below that because we're overproducing, it's great for the consumers, but it's horrible for the businesses. It's no longer profitable. So then they are not, under normal market conditions, incentivized to continue their operations. They go out of business. Okay? So there's also LNG, obviously, but for the record, I do want to say something. This doesn't mean it's going to succeed. It also certainly doesn't mean that in the interim, there's going to be less blood and less destruction. No, there's going to be maximum blood, maximum death, maximum destruction. And on top of that, there's no guarantee that this will work. Because if Iran can hold out and open up like a supply line with Russia or China, and then China turns Iran into like their their Ukraine-style proxy against the American and Israeli forces, and they just keep steadily supplying them in the same way that like America and the Western world supplies Ukraine to defend and to cause attrition to the Russian forces. If China were to do that, I'm not so certain that America would get out of that equation a fat W, right? The problem is shutting down the Gulf oil production in its entirety would be possibly beneficial to Israel and Israel's psychotic design in the region, right? And it destabilized Iran in the process. Fantastic for Israel, right? Then they can move on to Turkey and continue taking out like every single fucking Muslim country in the region, right? If they're fighting one another, it's even better for Israel. The issue is there is not a lot of, it's just not a guarantee at all, especially considering what's currently happening with the fucking oil markets, what's currently happening in the energy markets. But hey, what are you going to do? The American government is basically directly under Israeli ownership. So what are we supposed to do? And the IDF has openly stated that they are going up the escalation ladder and striking Iranian oil depots in an effort to provoke a response from Iran that strikes the oil depots of the Gulf. Here's a photo of a massive oil explosion in the rock oil depots in Iran. They're also, I don't know. They also hit a desalination plant. U.S. hit a water desalination plant to provoke a response from Iran to hit the water desalination plant of the Gulf. The Gulf eats it. America and Israel hit Iran, and then Iran, in an effort to retaliate, retaliates against the Gulf. But if they retaliate too hard against the Gulf, then they can't achieve their political goals, because their political goal is the full retreat of American assets from the region, right? Their military goals here are to basically make the region so unstable for American troops that they have to fucking pull out. It's too costly. There's not a lot of political appetite for it at the domestic level in America. And take out Israeli defenses in the process, make Israel more vulnerable in the process, all the better, right? Deplete America's munitions, deplete Israel's munitions and defense batteries, and then eventually, Oil nerd, if you want some perspective, you want an explanation of China's oil position. TLDR, we're screwed. China isn't. I mean, they can rely on Russia, right? That's what you mean. Oil auth is destroying the Gulf's refining capacity would bring the world into a global recession. Not that much thought has gone into it. TLDR, the U.S. simply doesn't have the refining capacity to replace Gulf refining capacity, not even close. There is no long-term planning here other than sucking Israel's dick. Yeah, I'm just saying, no matter how insane this is, I feel like that's the only logical through line I can come up with to offer a materialist perspective beyond Americans are fucking cattle.
Battle plans.
The Pentagon says the U.S. has now struck more than 3,000 targets in Iran, with the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, moving into the Red Sea. And as questions mount as to whether there will be American boots on the ground, in another sign of potential escalation, multiple officials telling ABC News the Army abruptly canceled a major training exercise for a unit of the 82nd Airborne Division that oversees deployments. The 82nd Airborne is the Pentagon's premier ground combat unit, fueling speculation that they may be getting ready to deploy to the Middle East if needed. But officials stress there are no orders to deploy right now. The scope of the war only growing larger, and on to a second front as Israel expands its strikes deeper into Lebanon, waging war on the Iranian-backed proxy group Hezbollah. Bombs ringing out in Beirut throughout Friday.
So you can see there the explosion right there. You can see the explosion. And there is the sound. It takes a little bit for the sound to travel. Obviously, you see the explosion first, then the sound reaches us. That is the latest strike and what has been strike after strike after strike all day long.
Hundreds of thousands now forced to escape after the Israeli military issued evacuation orders in the area. And this morning, new details on that horrific strike on a girls' school in southern Iran that Iran says left 168 people dead. As the U.S. investigates.
Why are we now saying that the administration is controlled by Israel? Doesn't the power dynamic still favor Trump here? One phone call away, right? Yes, it's always been one phone call away. I'm just saying this admin doesn't. The previous admin was never making that phone call because they're psychos. And the current admin is also not making that phone call because they're fucking psychos. That's the whole point. Like, make no mistake. There is no, like, Jewish hypnosis beam or something. Okay? There, like, whatever Nazis say about the dynamic between America and Israel, unless you are just simply reflecting on the not necessarily power dynamic, but the influence capabilities of Israel. Like, if you're talking about the influence capabilities of Israel, it's a very sophisticated network. And it's also obviously very successful, right? But there is no like at the end of the fucking day, yeah, there is no goy beam. Okay? There's no monolithic Jewry anyway, and there's certainly no fucking goy beam. America could literally just be like, all right, fuck off, enough. Like, what are we doing here? If I believe that it was the goy beam or Zog, Zionist occupied government, the way that people talk about it, then like I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be trying to decouple America from Israel to the best of my ability in order to preserve the safety and security for the entire region, the entire MENA region, and, you know, American lives, Iranian lives, and countless other lives in the region. It's just like the inconsistencies with American war planning at this point mean that there is a separate factor here at play that's like really pushing America into doing this stuff. America still holds all the cards, because how the fuck does Israel defend itself? How the fuck could Israel ever defend itself without unlimited support from the United States of America? Yeah, the Landman clip is well exactly what what's his face Giannis was talking about. This clip is low key. I mean, this show is oil propaganda anyway. What the fuck is this outro? Women aren't allowed to talk in Taylor Sheridan shows. Yeah, that's why we like him, because they're not woke. Okay, women are only to be ogled at. Duh. So that was the reason why I was talking about like Venezuelan heavy crude and what that would have done to the oil markets in America, like oil markets generally, if America started mass producing Venezuelan heavy crude, which, you know, would take a long time to retool our facilities to do anyway. This would be beneficial for Louisiana, I think, right? In California, around the Gulf. Like there are refineries that can handle heavy crude. It's just, you know, I think the big boys can handle it. Chevron, Exxon, either put the refinements directly in Venezuela and get assurances that they'll be safe, or it would take 10 years at minimum to catch up. I don't know if it would take 10 years. It doesn't take time to retool for heavy oil, by the way. We have fracking. Dude, I know we have fracking. I'm saying in order to stabilize the energy market, America would need a treasure trove of natural reserves that's close enough in proximity to American refineries. American fracking cannot keep up with the market demand. American refineries, as American shale, American fracking cannot single-handedly keep up with the market demands if the Gulf burns. As a matter of fact, even this thing that I'm talking about to try to make sense of like why we're doing all this, it still doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to find like a like what the gamble is here for America and American capital. We import heavy oil, mix it with light oil, and refine it based on producing bunkers, heavy oil for construction, avgas, petroleum, etc. Yeah. And you think China's going to stay put and take it? Like, are they going to let the Gulf burn? Bro, I don't know. But that's super, super long-term potentially. And even then, it's speculation. I'm trying to make sense of what America's doing. In the short term, if America's goals revolve around, destabilizing Iran fast enough and collapsing the state fast enough before the entire global economy implodes, then yeah, I don't think America is achieving those goals at all. You know what I mean? I just don't think that it's within America's capabilities. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand what I'm talking about? There's like so many different factors. Like apparently there's precursory chemicals and products necessary for fertilizer that also goes through the strait, and now they can't get that. And then if you don't have that fertilizer, then you can't do agricultural output. And then you don't have food, the price of food goes up. Like the entire global economy is designed in a way where everything touches one another. So if you just shut off one of the fucking parts, if you shut off one of the major hubs, whether it be major hubs of international travel like the Dubai airport, come to Dubai BB, or you shut off if you shut off a massive hub in which a tremendous amount of trade hinges on, you're fucked. You're totally fucked. So you're fucked in a way where, like, I don't think America's proximity to the conflict that they are creating is going to matter. So it's basically three different powers fighting against one another. Well, two aligned with one another, America and Israel, fighting against Iran. And it's a matter of, like, can Iran wait it out? Can Iran make it hurt for long enough that America and Israel retreat? Or, on the other side, America and Israel's goals are, can we destroy Iran? Can we destroy Iran fast enough that we can then have assurances that, like, the refineries will be fine, they'll be relatively safe, and the Strait of Hormuz will open up again, and then, the Asian markets can receive the much needed energy supply without any serious economic hits. The problem is, at least for America and Israel, Iran has hands. Like, Iran has fucking hands. It's objectively true that Iran has hands, okay? I know that we love to think about our force projection capabilities everywhere all at once. In a matter of 24 to 48 hours, we have our fucking strike teams. We have our aircraft carriers. They got the steam catapults. Sure, they don't have the electromagnetic catapults that the Chinese have, but the Chinese only have one fucking carrier, and that's not cool enough. We have 13, and we have nukes, nuclear power, all this stuff. Except all of that technological superiority and unlimited bloat gets fucking ethered when the opposite side can launch unlimited lawnmowers from the back of a fucking pickup truck. Lawnmowers that they are building in deep underground bunkers. And those lawnmowers got fucking hands. Not only do those lawnmowers got fucking hands, but those flying lawnmowers can also swarm and destroy any ship that tries to go through the Strait of Hormuz, even with potentially American naval assets literally slammed in its ass cheeks. So That's the problem. If they got 50,000 Shahed drones and their manufacturing capabilities are still there, right? They can just send unlimited Shahed drones, like all the time, nonstop. And the reality of the matter is the Western forces have never really met, at least in modern combat. Western forces have never really met an enemy like Iran. Normally, you go in, you do a shock and awe bombing campaign, you decapitate the state, or you destroy like the military command structure, you kill a fuck ton of civilians, and then you maintain air superiority for the rest of the 20-year plus occupation, and then you send in a fresh pile of meat of 18-year-olds from Iowa and Ohio and Kentucky that want to get a comms degree, whose high school sweethearts are getting their backs blown out while they're over there getting their dicks blown up by IEDs. Okay, and you can keep that up for like 20 fucking years, and a lot of people make money in the process. Military-industrial complex is happy. The petro-capitalist pedophiles are happy. The other side of the defense contractors that engage in like development are happy. You know, Halliburton, right? Because these guys don't just do extraction; they also do like buildings, and they're able to run up the tab with the fucking Pentagon. Pentagon is happy. Everyone's happy. It's great, right? You're just dominating. You got sheep herders on the one side, and you got pedophile warlords on the other side, on our side, right? And you can just like keep it going for a long ass time. Stock market's happy. Everyone's happy. With Iran, they've finally tried to dominate a country that actually does have the capabilities of making it hurt. Okay? That's it. That's the issue. Iran has the capabilities of making it fucking hurt. And that's precisely the reason why I'm hearing a lot of copium coming from the American side, like unlimited copium, shit like this.
What has happened? Let's list it out. So we took out the Iranian regime leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini, and then 40 of the top leaders. We degraded their military. You can see we've been laying that out all day, all morning. We've because they've decided to attack their neighbors, and we've kind of unified them behind us. So that's kind of worked in our favor to some degree. We've outed fake allies, Spain, England, right? Why should we ever help them again? This is a way to reveal that. We talked a little bit about the insurance situation for ships coming across the Straits of Hormuz. So there's that angle as well, which is very interesting.
Oh, that's an interesting angle. That's the whole game. That's not an angle, dumbass. That's the ballpark. What the fuck? That's the full scope of the issue. Okay? Oh, it's just the Strait of Hormuz. What about the Gay of Hormuz? We could just do that, right? It's like, why don't we just build a canal through the other side of the mountainous side of Bahrain? Why don't we just do that? And then problem solved. I don't get it. Why don't they just carry the oil barrels to the other side, to the Red Sea side? Oh, wow. Thank you. It's just, I had not, years and years of planning, and no one had thought about that. Thank God. Thank God you're on it. We got the brightest minds here. So, it's fucking idiotic. We're a nation of idiots, run by idiots, and they're bloodthirsty. They're monstrous idiots, and they have a nuclear arsenal. It's a devastating turn of events. It was inevitable that it would get here, right? Meanwhile, $1 to $2 billion every single day just to keep up this operation. The costs are going to mount too. On top of that, the lost assets that will never be recovered, the lost assets that will never be rebuilt, the amount of money we spent on it, all the eyes and ears in that region, right? That Iran has effectively destroyed, permanently destroyed all the radars, all the early advanced warning systems, knocked them the fuck out, which has been so effective for the record. It has been so effective because everyone was like, why is Iran hitting all the Gulf countries? What? Aren't you guys all Muslims? Like, why are the Muslims fighting one another again? They must be so barbaric and so stupid. It's like, no, dumbass. They were literally cratering the Bahrain naval base on the one side. On the other side, they were literally taking out all of the American radar systems. And now you have a situation where Israel cannot even fucking warn their citizens when ballistic munitions are launched in the direction of fucking Tel Aviv. So this cost is an incredibly conservative estimate because this cost is not even factoring in all of the other operational costs. It's not factoring in like the full scope of the damage, right? So these guys like, but even then it's devastating, right? Even then it's devastating, especially when you factor in the whole Elon Musk Doge shit, right? Remember when a bunch of teenagers working for Elon cut the funding to Sesame Street a year ago because America was on the verge of financial collapse or something? What happened now? Maybe you are underestimating a FIFA Peace Prize awarded young man. It's true. Yeah, IDF officially came out and said that they can no longer guarantee it will send alerts for missiles before the sirens sound. Iran Customs Service, is there a problem with the war you ordered? Yeah. So what's up? And now someone's saying Ali Larijani just confirmed that they captured some American soldier. Oh boy. Oh boy. You called it. Balkanization will happen. No. Will balkanization happen? We know that that's their goal. We know that's been their fucking goal. I hope that every single fucking Iranian that was coming in to my chat from either just freshly left Tehran or living in the fucking diaspora will now understand exactly what I was talking about. This was always the fucking goal because this was Israel's goal. And Donald Trump is Israel's bitch, okay? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand anything. He does not comprehend anything at all. He just knows, I will give you money and then I can build fucking golf courses in your country. That's the only thing he fucking understands. So someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, especially being like Trump is like clearly one of those guys who's like, you know, Jews, they're good with numbers, like that type of dude, like a philo-Semitic fucking reactionary boomer who like, you know, thinks you got to have a Jew in your corner, like that type of guy. So Benjamin Netanyahu comes in and he's like, well, I don't trust you, but you know, you're probably smart. You got some smart guys, right? And Benjamin Netanyahu comes in and is literally like, you know, he comes in and he's like, oh, yes, we will destroy the Iranian state and you will be a legend. They tried to kill you. They tried to kill you so many times. And also you can take the oil and we'll build Trump Tower in Tehran. And you will be celebrated as a legend for doing the thing that all of the previous presidents were too afraid to do, like Biden. You know who would never have done this? Barack Obama. Okay? And then Trump hears that and goes, all right, great. Look at how I was able to flex my might on Venezuela, right? Look at how I was able to do that. Boom, boom, boom. Seems smart. All these other fucking dickheads around me are telling me this is a great idea. Lindsey Graham is literally getting the youngest boy slaves you have ever seen, freshly imported to his fucking mansion from Tel Aviv, okay? Lindsey Graham flew to Israel 500 times, bro. Like, Literally, he just kept going to Israel over and over again in the buildup to this goddamn armada. What the fuck was he doing there? Oh, you don't have to speculate what the fuck he was doing there because Wall Street Journal actually wrote an article about it. Isn't it fucking crazy, by the way, that like 3, 4, 5 years ago, if you were to be like, the American government is like directly being influenced by a foreign nation state by the name of Israel to do insane shit, people would look at you and go, what are you, Pat Buchanan? Get the fuck out of here, you goddamn anti-Semite. I would have probably been like, all right, buddy. Maybe a little bit far-fetched. Now they're dabbing on us, okay? Now they're fucking dabbing on us, bro. They are fucking dabbing on us. It's Dab City, okay? Like Matthew Petty posted this, but it's crazy. Wall Street Journal's reporting. To help make the case on Iran, Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks, meeting with members of the country's intelligence agency. They'll tell me things our own government won't tell me, he said. He spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby the president for action. Israeli spies coached a U.S. senator to talk to the president into war with Iran. Sounds like an insane conspiracy theory, except that the senator is bragging about it. Like, it's literally turning into, like, Israel opening up the protocols of Zion and being like, what is in here? Like, it's the same principle behind, like, the blood libel shit, right? When like people who want to defend Israel would be like, oh, that's blood libel if you say Israel's killing children. If you tell me Israel's killing children, you're doing blood libel. It's like, well, I'm seeing the children that Israel's killing with my own 2 fucking eyes. What do you mean it's blood libel? Like this literally is an anti-Semitic conspiracy, except it's no longer an anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's just reality. It's just a real thing that is being written in American newspapers, and it's being mass produced, mass disseminated for every American to fucking read and understand. And seemingly, because we are unironically fucking cattle, there's nothing we can do about it. Everyone's just like, what are you going to do? It's crazy. Now, I will say this, of course, make no mistake, if you're confused about what I'm saying here, like, there is an end out of this. It's still a phone call, okay? It's still a fucking phone call. That's all it takes. But no one seems to want to make that fucking phone call. By the way, if you're confused, like, I mean, he literally said it before as well. Here it is. Here's Lindsey Graham.
You ready? Thumbs up back there? Thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Well, I'm Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina. I'm back. I come here every 2 weeks whether I need to or not. So why did I come this time? To put a fine point of where we're at as a world regarding the Iranian regime.
What do you think of Israel? What do you think will happen if Israel falls? Are you fucking serious? Are you baiting? Like, objectively, if the Zionist occupational state no longer exists, it will be better for everyone, including the current Israeli citizens, okay? Because the reality of the matter is, while a lot of these guys are fucking bloodthirsty and hopped up on unlimited Greater Israel Project ambitions, things change, okay? Things change. And people have the capacity to adapt to new environments. We are very resilient, okay? How can you exist in a world right now in Israel as a Zionist Jewish Israeli where bombs are constantly fucking flying overhead? Don't you want to live in a world where that doesn't exist? Wouldn't that be a much better way to go about it, like peaceful coexistence? So yes, the world would objectively be a better place for not only the victims of American and Israeli occupation and American and Israeli genocide, but it would even be a better place for people that are living there, okay? And for the most reactionary forces, the fucking the neo-Nazis, well, fuck them, okay? Won't nukes fall before the state falls because of external war? Yeah, I mean, there's that side of it too. I don't even want to think about that. But yeah, Israel strikes Iranian oil infrastructure in major escalation. So like That's where we're at. That's what's going on right now. That's what's happening right now. Isn't that fucking insane? You know, I always thought they had Lindsay doing some crazy stuff on video, but at this point, I think he just loves Netanyahu and being evil that much. Look at the smile on this man. He's so happy. What a freak. Yeah, no, well, the fucking blood boys, the ritualistic sacrifice of children for Lindsey Graham to like probably suck the blood of is, you know, just extra profit, right? It's like it's a cherry on the top. Yeah, he is a truly evil demon, except he also gets to have, you know, little boy slaves, I assume. So you don't have to blackmail someone into doing something they want to do anyway. Lindsey Graham does this stuff because he thinks it's awesome. Yeah, I agree. Oh, dude, I agree. Lindsey Graham with like Israel is kind of like, you know, the average Republican with like NRA funding, right? Like the NRA doesn't need to give that guy money for that guy to be like, I love guns. I want to fuck a gun. I want to put a gun up my asshole. Okay. I fuck my gun every night. Like there are people who legitimately live like that. Okay. And you know, the NRA still gives them money, but they don't technically need to, right? I'm very sure I've seen him come in his pants while talking about war on cable news. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is a psycho. I mean, this is his goal. This has been his fucking dream.
Sources telling us they believe it is possible American forces are responsible for the attack because they were conducting strikes in the vicinity of the school at the same time. Retired Master Sergeant Wes Bryant.
What are we doing here, man? Everybody in the world knows this already. I can't believe that there's like any confusion about how the fucking school got bombed, which literally Pete Hegseth came out and showed their strike targets, and the school was smack dab in the middle of it. So yeah, we know. We know that the fucking Americans bombed the school. Trump can deny it all day, every day. Everybody knows America bombed the fucking school. Trump denied it and said it was Iran. Yeah, well, no one gives a shit because no one believes him because he's a fucking psycho. Bro, the funniest thing was Israel immediately was like, this isn't on us. I know you think we love to kill children, but this time it was not on us. Believe me, it was the Americans. It was not me. I know. I wish it was us. We love killing children at schools. These are terror children. But this time it was not me.
Who worked in the Pentagon office that assesses civilian casualties, says he believes the building was targeted.
I could tell immediately that this compound was deliberately targeted.
Yeah, it was deliberately targeted, and they're trying to fucking be like, well, it's a school in a military base or in an older military installation. Like, yeah, guess what? We also have fucking schools on our bases, dumbass. That's normal. That's a thing that like it's in Iran. What are you talking about? Like, no shit. Like, that doesn't mean you can blow up the fucking school. Oh, my God. Anyway.
I know since we've seen at least 7 different target points that were individually targeted by munitions within this compound, very, very clearly.
Israel saying its forces were not operating in that area, but 1 week since the attack, the U.S. still looking into it, saying that it would never deliberately target civilians.
Now, this morning, President Trump taking to social media, posting about the war in Iran, saying in part that certain groups of people in areas inside of Iran that were not considered for targeting up until this moment are now, quote, under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior. Not exactly clear, Janae, what he's talking about there.
Yeah. Iran's military this morning says it's launched a wave of drones at Israel and U.S. military bases in the region. Overnight, air raid sirens and blasts could be heard in Jerusalem. And this morning, smoke was seen over Dubai's airport. Both are signs Iran still possesses the capability to launch retaliatory strikes. Imtiaz Tayyab is in Doha, Qatar, with more on the regional impact of the war. Imtiaz, good morning.
Adriana, good morning to you. Well, in that Truth Social post, President Trump was responding to Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian's apology to Gulf states, including where we are here in Qatar, which have essentially repeatedly been hit by Iran.
Let's go, Brandon. Iran came out and hit the Brandon note. Okay. Iran came out and had their very own Brandon moment, which was really funny because, like, Arakshi, who is infinitely more reliable as far as like the civilian government side, is a much more reliable narrator of events. If you want to know exactly what's going on or what Iran is going to do, go directly to the IRGC. If you want to hear like a more westernized, more liberalized version of what they're doing, then you go to Arakshi. If you want to be confused, you go to the president. Now, the president Pezeshkian is or I keep saying his name wrong. Okay. The how do you fucking say the president's last name? The Ozzy last names are so fucking hard. I keep butchering it. No, it's not air quotes in president right now. There is a 3-person committee that runs the country technically. Okay, Pezeshkian abi. Ulan oğlum Pezeshkian abi diyorsun da kolay mı yani bunu anlamak? Pezeshkian. Evet. So there's a 3-person committee that currently technically runs the country. It's the de facto, or it's the legal government. It's the de facto government, especially when there is no Ayatollah, because the Ayatollah sits on top of everything else. But the problem here is, the IRGC is running the show. Like, if you want to know what's going to happen next, you can hear it directly from the IRGC, because he came out. Pezeshkian came out and said, "I'm really sorry about this. I feel really bad about this, all this stuff." And it's funny because I was looking at, I was looking at Iranian sources and like how they responded to it. They were very pissed off. Most of the people were like, "Fuck you! How dare you say this? You fucking pussy!" Like, there's a lot of people that are frustrated. There's a lot of people that are frustrated that he came out and made it seem like he was, doing the strategic retreat, trying to engage in negotiations again, and that's obviously been a failure. There's been failure after failure. And they were frustrated for that reason. The other reason why it was confusing was because, and he is the moderate force in this equation, and so is actually really, at least more moderate than the IRGC. IRGC being the most like hardline. But the funniest thing was they were saying that there was one guy. That I saw, like some Iranian analyst that I saw, that was saying that he's not a very good speaker, even when it comes to domestic affairs. Like, they were just shitting on him. Like, they were saying that he's just not very good at communicating his opinions. Like, they were like, just don't listen to him. Yeah, Pezeshkian is kind of our Keir Starmer, centrist, useless, and hated by all. I don't mind that much pity. I don't mind him that much. I pity him. Yeah, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place anyway. But basically, what he was what the Arakshi statement was to like explain what the Pezeshkian statement actually was supposed to imply. Considering that right after the statement came out, everyone was like, "Oh my God, is it over? Like, is Iran no longer going to hit the Gulf? Like, are they retreating?" It was not over at all. Newsflash, they kept immediately fucking hitting the Gulf. So it turns out his statement meant very little, right? So Arakshi comes out, foreign minister, much more reliable than the president in this sort of like trying to figure out what the fuck's going on internally in Iran situation. He says, President Pezeshkian expressed openness to de-escalate within our region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, and waters are not used to attack the Iranian people. Gesture to our neighbors was almost immediately killed by President Trump. President Pezeshkian's openness to de-escalation within our region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, and waters are not used to attack the Iranian people, was almost immediately killed by President Trump's misinterpretation of our capabilities, determination, and intent. If Mr. Trump seeks escalation, it is precisely what our powerful armed forces have long been prepared for and what he will get. Responsibility for any intensification of Iran's exercise of self-defense will lie squarely with the U.S. administration. Mr. Trump's week-long misadventure has already cost the U.S. military $100 billion. It's probably not that high, but okay. In addition to the lives of young soldiers, when markets reopen, that cost will balloon and directly be transferred to ordinary Americans at pumping stations. Yeah, the pumping stations is where the American government pumps our asses full of cum. So that's the real pumping station that's going on. Anyway, Mr. Trump's own National Intelligence Council, representing input from the 18 intelligence agencies of the U.S., determined that war on Iran is destined to fail. I also warned Mr. Trump's envoys that war will not improve their bargaining position. Were these warnings conveyed? The American people voted to end involvement in costly quagmires in the Middle East. Instead, they have ended up with an administration that Netanyahu, after decades of failed attempts, finally managed to dupe into fighting Israel's wars. This is a war of choice pursued by a small cabal of Israel firsters, and Israel first always means America last. And then he posted this. Here is Ali Largiani's statement. Oh, here it is. We do not welcome an expansion of the war, but if Europeans intervene, we will deal with them accordingly. Yeah. Pezeshkian, I'm sorry. Please put me out of my misery. Just kill me. Khamenei from beyond the grave. Woman is a flower. Largiani. I mean, the Iranian goals here are very clear, okay? If you want to know what they want, what they consider a W in the situation, it is the defeat, or rather a strategic retreat of American assets from the region. Okay, a complete withdrawal, or at least like a very significant withdrawal of American assets from the region. They want there to never be bases around the Strait of Hormuz ever again. They don't want the Gulf states to be in line with America and Israel. And perhaps that's part of the reason why they have been pummeling Dubai the hardest. Now, you might be wondering, why the fuck are they hitting Dubai so much? Well, for the longest time, I've explained to you that Dubai is, or the UAE is basically Arab Israel, Muslim Israel, whatever you want to fucking call it. Throughout the Abraham Accords and onward, the UAE has played the most significant role in increasing Israel's influence among the Arab masses, okay? The Muslim world in general. They have basically played side by side with Israel every step of the fucking way. It got to such a degree that it even threatened Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the most significant, most consequential Gulf state, right? It's the big dog, it's the top dog in the fucking region. And it got to such a degree that even Saudi Arabia was like, you're done. Even they soured their relationship with the UAE because of how much play the United Arab Emirates were getting from being Israel's dogs, servile dogs of the Israeli state. Okay? That's the reason why Iran keeps hitting the UAE. That's the reason why they're hitting him. Because they were the Trojan horse. They were the guys that were actively trying to engage in psyops. They were the ones who were actively doing like, offensive persuasion campaigns. And that is precisely the reason why UAE's been receiving an even larger amount of bombing campaigns than Israel has. Partially because it's like closer distance, easier to strike, as opposed to Israel, which is more difficult to hit. This is a funny thing that I saw as well. The regime state TV, IRIB 3, has just spent the past 20 minutes not talking about the U.S. or Israel, but about how their goal is to kill the idea Dubai. They claim Kuwait used to be like Dubai, but it never recovered from the first Gulf War. They claim this is their goal in the UAE. Real question, how is Egypt? What's Egypt's role in all this? Egypt. What is it, Egypt? What's that? Is that what is that? Is that like a what the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I love Israel. I love the nation state of Israel. Israel, most moral nation. Israel, best nation. Israel would never kill a single child. Okay? Israel would never kill a single child. And if Israel has killed children, let's be real, it's because they deserved it. Those kids were Hamas. Those kids were IRGC. I'm so sorry for the things that I've said. Yeah, Egypt is irrelevant. It's not. It's a non-factor. It's utterly irrelevant. Egypt has. Just wait. We'll talk a lot about Egypt in the upcoming year, possibly, if the state inevitably collapses. A lot of issues with the economy. It's a vassal state. It works. It serves America and Israel's purpose. It's basically like a holdover state at this point. It's even worse than fucking Jordan. Honestly, it's like. It's unbelievable. One of the most powerful countries of the fucking region for so long. Again, another empire, another country with so much culture, another country with like so much to offer the rest of the world. And yet now it is not even a fucking state. It's just a failed state. And the people are very frustrated. And I think that eventually it'll get to a degree where there will be too much instability and the state will not be able to purge the people. Egyptians are the nicest people you'll ever meet. Yeah, no, Egyptians are great. I'm just saying that they're cooked. So. Getting back to the analysis, U.S. Gas prices per gallon obviously shot up here. Last week it was $2.97. Now it's $3.43. That's going to that's going to drive up prices across the board. It's also really funny because gas prices are the only thing that Donald Trump has been able to lean into as far as how he's tackling inflation. He's like every time people talk about like inflation, Trump will be like, affordability is made up. They made up the word. No one has ever heard the word affordability before. Also, think about the gas prices. It's so good. Well, now he lost that too. So maybe the Amerifats will finally understand that, our actions do have consequences. I doubt it. They're so fucking stupid that I don't think they'll fully understand. But that's the other side of the story. But yeah, getting back to the president's statements, not a lot of weight on these statements, except Donald Trump immediately took the opportunity to be like, see, Iran is done. They're done. They're retreating. They're pussies. They're cowards, whatever. And then they blew up a fucking water desalination plant, which also doesn't make sense. Because, like, imagine if he had the power, he had the control over the IRGC, and he actually was trying to do strategic retreat to negotiate. Why the fuck would you bring them back in by blowing up, by going up the escalation ladder and blowing up the fucking water desalination plant, and then simultaneously start striking oil refineries? If this was a sincere request for negotiations, then why are you doing more war crimes with the hopes that they keep fighting? It like none of it makes sense. Well, the reason why is because no one is invested. No one is interested in negotiations at all.
Drones and missiles over the past week, and Pezeshkian promised to stop targeting them unless attacked. Now, Mr. Trump said Iran is no longer, and this is his words, the bully of the Middle East, and is instead the loser of the Middle East, saying they will be for many decades until
Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to his Middle East neighbors, a promise that it will not shoot them anymore. This promise was only made because of relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It's the first time Iran has ever lost thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, thank you, President Trump. I said, you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East and will be for many decades until they surrender or more likely completely collapse. Today, Iran will be hit very hard under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death.
Surrender or collapse, warning Iran will, quote, be hit very hard today. Now, the shockwaves caused by the war have already badly shaken the Gulf region, which is known for its wealth and its safety and stability, as its major airports, among the busiest in the world, either remain closed or are offering only limited evacuation flights, keeping thousands of Americans stranded.
Yes, neither side is actually interested in negotiating at all. Like, I do think that America will be invested in negotiating with Iran before Iran will be invested in negotiating with America. That much is clear because Donald Trump has said that already. He lied. You know, America was like, oh shit, this actually didn't work out the way I thought it did after the second day when America was like, Iran wants to negotiate. Maybe I'll do it. Like, there is one side here, however, that definitely does not want to negotiate until complete collapse of the state. That's Israel. This is why I've been saying over and over again throughout this entire process that if you want to understand like what the most like reasonable, the most reasonable, least bloody way of getting out of this quagmire is by cutting off Israel. You have to cut out Israel from the equation. As long as Israel's there, it's not going to happen. Sinatusi reports Israel is escalating towards targeting energy infrastructure in Iran, likely triggering more consequential Iranian attacks on energy facilities in the Persian Gulf and beyond. This will greatly raise the stakes. Israel is doing this despite the cost for U.S. and global economy. Mark Ames says, so much of the U.S.-Israeli targeting seems to be designed to trigger further Iranian escalations. Israel wants to collapse the region, and Trump and Hegseth are gullible, overconfident maniacs. That's why I said, I think they're not just invested in destroying and collapsing Iran. I think they want to destroy. It sounds insane, but I think they just want to destroy the Gulf. They want to have a completely destabilized and very weak Gulf. And by they, I mean Israel. Israel wants it, and America is not considering what the repercussions will look like right now. It's pretty fucking crazy. Because otherwise, why the fuck would you hit the Iranian oil refineries? Like, that's a red line, right? Now we wait to see if Iran actually retaliates and also follows America and Israel up the escalation ladder.
They're being decimated now. You know, at some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left maybe to say we surrender, but they're being decimated. And
Great. Fantastic. Yeah, we're led by fucking baboons, dude. Yeah, Shahed strike on Dubai International earlier. Hezbollah issues evacuation orders for Nahariya and Kiryat Shimona. Bloomberg, only large vessels associated with Iran are crossing the Hormuz. UAE MOD, 16 ballistic missiles, 119 drones have been launched at us today. Attacks on Bahrain and Saudi. Video of the impact of the Iran-Iraq border. Unclear what the target was, possibly energy infra. An oil tanker was just struck off the coast of Jubail. Iran fired ballistic missiles at Israel moments ago and are launching more now. Sirens are active in Bahrain now. That was 8 hours ago. Washington Post, a classified report by the National Intelligence Council found that even a large-scale assault on Iran would be unlikely to oust the IRI's entrenched establishment, a sobering assessment as the Trump admin raises the specter of an extended military campaign. Reportedly a video of American HIMARS launched from Bahrain moments ago. That's also new, which increases Bahrain's culpability here. It's not just like hosting American military bases, but directly using Bahrain soil to strike at Iran, which will cause Iran to retaliate against Bahrain in even worse ways. Iraj Masjedi targeting infrastructure is a serious escalation that will have dire consequences. It is the U.S. that has initiated this dangerous approach, not Iran. AFP, loud explosions have been heard in the Bahraini capital, Manama. American targets are being hit in Erbil now. Ballistic missiles reported over UAE. That was 6 hours ago. Al Jazeera says an Iranian military spokesperson has warned that any U.S. ships entering the Gulf will end up in the bottom of the sea. Lebanese Army Commander General Rudolf Haikal says Israeli landing forces wore military uniforms similar to those of the Lebanese army and used military vehicles and ambulances. This is the Israeli extraction campaign that they did. Israel has been going on side quests, by the way, while all of the world is collapsing around them, where they were like, oh, we found one of our soldiers buried in Lebanon. We're going to go and extract them. And from what I understand, they unironically used Syrian territory to launch this campaign while also engaging in perfidy and wearing gear that was like similar to the Lebanese military. Hezbollah engaged in an ambush operation and buried them instead. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Israel is doing, where they're just like, oh yeah, let's use our special forces to go and dig up graves to find this one like Israeli guy. Insanity. But yeah, there's videos from strikes in Dubai. Iran has just fired more ballistic missiles towards Israel. The Qatari MOD, Iranian aggression caused a fire and material damage to a house and several buildings in Manama. Saudi MOD, a ballistic missile fell near Prince Sultan. Hezbollah just hit Haifa 3 hours ago, 2 times in a row with a very large barrage of rockets, likely Fajr type. Al-Mayadeen's correspondence in Baghdad, an explosion followed by the activation of American embassies, defense systems in the Iraqi capital. Another Khorramshahr just arrived in Tel Aviv. Those are the cluster munitions that Iran has been deploying over Tel Aviv. Not cluster, not Merv. Or, yeah, sorry. Hezbollah has conducted over 9 operations in the last 2 hours. Maariv, this is the most massive firing carried out by Hezbollah since Tuesday when it entered the fighting against Israel. Channel 12 says constant alarms in the north. Here's a Hezbollah barrage over Kiryat Shimona moments ago. This is from 2 hours ago. Obviously, the Israeli interceptors are like fairly adept at, tackling these kinds of bombings. But even then, they still have the capacity to punish Israel. I've heard from some settlers saying, okay, if we escape the north as the government is telling us to and evacuate the north, where do we go? Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv is also getting bombed. So while Iran is peppering Tel Aviv, Hezbollah is dumping munitions in the north. This could also be part of the reason why the Iranian strikes have diminished as well, or at least that's one speculation, that like they're leaning into their regional allies again to the best of their ability. They got a lot of they still have some militia in Iraq, obviously, and they are clearly leaning into Hezbollah. And then you have the Ansar Allah in Yemen that's guarding the Red Sea, and they are seemingly very excited to get in on the action as American naval assets move in their vicinity. Settler platforms claim that occupation army is preparing for Yemen to join the fire tonight. 44 minutes ago, Hezbollah has conducted 19 operations in the last 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Al Jazeera says targeting the U.S. military base near Advil International, an Iranian missile attack in Negev shortly ago. So Negev has a lot of military assets in the desert. We will most likely never see the impact sites at all. That's where like the Israeli Air Force is, or at least some of their. That's where some of the Israeli air assets are. That's where some of their one of their big radars is there in the Negev desert as well. So, yeah, there's a lot going on in terms of monitoring the fucking situation. The situation is being monitored a lot. China will well understand that attacks on Iranian oil infrastructure could prompt attacks on other countries, risking oil supplies, says a senior Department of Defense policy advisor last year. On the ground in Tehran, Israel will destroy the global economy. Yeah, this is also recent as well. Fire at an oil depot in Agdashieh. I don't fucking know how to say these words, man. Area of Tehran. Sex max me, please. Trump also turned around and said the United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump. He's posting like a little baby throughout this entire thing. Kid Starver straight up Amira Hogg posting, relevant now that Trump is shit talking the U.S. Yes, I've seen those. Also, Trump is doing, I mean, this is full Brandon, by the way. We've gone up the brand. So, you know how there's like an escalation ladder as far as like, what infrastructure they're targeting, that sort of thing. There's also a Brandon escalation ladder as well. And Trump keeps climbing up that Brandonization ladder. We have gone up to like 75% Brandon right now. It's not like full Brandon because he hasn't hit the Hubbubba yet. But if he hits the Hubbubba, that's when you know it's 100% Brandonization complete, right? So there's levels of Brandonization that's taking place. And I would say this is like 75% Brandon, where he is asked on Trump Force One, Air Force One, why he's doing this. Let's hear what he had to say.
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October.
They chop women in half like lumberjacks. Decapitating babies, obviously classic Brandon. Okay? That's a classic Brandonian response. When a Brandon gets in a panic state where he has to defend the most glorious nation on earth, the nation state of Israel, the common Brandon response is to say, well, Hamas, Jack, they kill children, Jack. They chop babies. They cut the babies' heads off. They light them on fire, right? That's what he used to do. Trump is now hitting levels of Brandon we previously did not think he would hit. Okay? That's bin Salman. That's deadass Saudi Arabia. Okay. It's definitely not anything. Like, this is not, there's no evidence for this at all. He just came up with that on the spot. That's why I'm laughing. Because the decapitation of children, we've obviously heard from Brandon before. It's a common, Zionist lie. But this one is new. The chopping women in half is new. He just came up with that on the spot. So I'm gonna give it. There's two separate Brandon responses here. Obviously, like, there's the Brandonization escalation ladder, but then there's also like how many Brandons do you give to this? Because you know how you give like 5 booms. Like, I give this a 4 Brandon. I give this 4 Brandons, and the reason why is because he gets an extra point for adding something new on the spot.
Babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the last 47 years. So I know nothing about a desalinization plant other than to say, if they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
Those babies, they don't need water. No one needs water in Iran, famously. Babies don't need water. So yeah. I don't know if Iran will retaliate by going up the escalation ladder alongside America, but as it stands currently, if they don't do that, it's not like it's going to cause America to back down, as we've seen so far. America and Israel are not backing away from this. So we shall see. They said ages ago, if America bombs their oil refineries, so will they. I know, but President Trump, when asked if he would deploy U.S. ground troops and nuclear sites in Iran on Air Force One, at some point, maybe we will. That would be a great thing. But right now, we're just decimating them. We haven't done it. We haven't gone after it yet, but it's something we could do later on. Also, Donald Trump was asked about the Kurds, and he had some inconsistencies there as well. They were like, so what about the Kurds? And Donald Trump said this.
Some Iranians are concerned that the Kurds will carve out kind of an autonomous region as they did in Syria and Iraq.
We're not looking to the Kurds going in. We're very friendly with the Kurds, as you know, but we don't want to make the war any more complex than it already is. No.
You've ruled that out?
We don't want, I have ruled it out. I don't want the Kurds going in. I don't want to see the Kurds get hurt, get killed. We've had a good relation. They're willing to go in, but I've told them I don't want them to go in.
Do you think the map of Iran will look the same?
The war is complicated enough without getting the Kurds involved.
Yeah, that's because the Kurds are like, yeah, I don't know if we want to do this. You guys kept saying we're doing this, but we're not really doing this. So I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, when asked if the Iranian map would look the same, President Trump said, I don't know. I don't think so. Going in, bro does not know there are Kurds in Iran. Bro, Donald Trump does not know what a cheese... When Donald Trump is asked about Kurds, he literally thinks they're talking about cheese, okay? He does not know anything. The reason why I think they don't want... Like, Israel wants to push the Kurdish angle, and it's not just for Iran. Israel wants to push the Kurdish angle because they want Turkey involved. And Turkey doesn't want the Kurds to be involved at all, because remember, that's the bordering region with the Turkish-Iranian border as well. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan says he asked Secretary Rubio about reporting that the USG was looking to arm Iranian Kurdish militia to attack Iran's security forces. Fidan says Rubio told him that he had no such intentions or efforts.
Amerika Dışişleri Bakanı Sayın Marco Rubio ile yaptığım telefon görüşmesinde de ele aldım. Yani böyle bir durumun olduğunun emareleri var, söylentileri var. Yani bu konuda kendilerinin böyle bir
Update to this from Trump's gaggle on Air Force One. Trump says he ruled out having Kurds to join the Iran war. Says they are willing, but war is complicated enough. I heard on Al Jazeera that they had stated that they were willing to go in, but only if they were deployed with American soldiers. Yes. There are many different Kurdish troops in the region. There are Kurds in Iran, some of which literally fight alongside the IRGC, inside of the IRGC. Okay? There are some Kurdish groups that are separationists that want to build an autonomous, like Iranian Kurdistan inside of Iran. There are also a lot of Kurds outside of Iran in the bordering areas. Some of them want to fight alongside America and Israel, but need additional assurances such as aerial cover, air support, create a no-fly zone over Iranian airspace. America has not been able to give them that assurance. Some Kurdish militias in the region don't want to touch it at all because they're like, what the fuck do you mean? We saw what happened with Rojava, right? And some said, understandably, that they would go in only if American troops are going in with them. Okay?
As the Iran conflict expands, there's reporting tonight that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for a potential military operation in Iran.
They say Tel Aviv looks like Gaza now. No, it doesn't, dude. That's fucking insane.
With U.S. backing. That's the Associated Press tonight. The Kurds are among the largest stateless ethnic group in the world, with roughly 30 million living.
Look. I'm sorry. When you hear a Fox News host get woke about the Kurds, just know that there's, there is an interventionist desire here, okay? Kurds are about to be used and abused as they have been over and over again in the region every single fucking time, only to be discarded, only to then allow the Turks to come in and just bomb their positions and create like a barrier territory. Just know that that's happening because these guys don't give a fuck about the 35 million ethnic Kurds that live in this entire region that are a stateless population. They've never cared about that shit. Why the fuck would they care about it with Kurds? The only reason why they're acting like they give a shit, like they're radical leftists or whatever. The only reason why they act like they give a shit about it is because, they want to use and abuse the Kurds again.
As minorities in Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. The Kurds represent about 10% of the Iranian population. They make up about 15% of the population in Iraq. The groups in Iraqi Kurdistan have a long history of working with the U.S. during both the Iraq War and the battle against ISIS. Joining us now is Bafel Talabani, president of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan.
Are they stateless? Well, they are, as far as there's no Kurdistan, okay? They're stateless in that regard. And the states that they live inside of are fairly oppressive to varying degrees. The only place that has been able to carve out an actual Kurdish region, an autonomous region, has been Iraq. And that obviously came with the invasion. Rojava was supposed to be another one. And America totally was like, no, we're not doing that. Turkey doesn't want there to be any autonomous Kurdish regions unless those autonomous Kurdish regions are directly under the influence of Turkey. And I'm not super up to date with the Iranian version of these incidents, but I do know that a lot of the Kurdish militias, Kurds in Iran, are a part of the IRGC. They're a part of the armed forces. They're a part of the police. They're a part of normal Iranian society. But there are still some Kurdish militia movements. They're just super limited, right? And the ones that are super limited, it's very, Kurds will get mad at me and say, Hasan, how dare you fucking say this? You're a piece of shit. You're a Turkish ethno-nationalist. You're an ultra-nationalist. But like, let's be real. Some of the Kurds in Iran are working with the Mossad. Okay.
The UK, Mr. Talabani, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Let's first start.
Because you fall for fake news. Okay.
Big picture and paint the picture from where you sit of what you see with this war in Iran and what you think the implications are of it as it exists now.
We saw the hostilities start surprisingly, and it seems to be a massive escalation across all fronts. Kurdistan has come under attack from several different angles. And I'm not seeing any sign of a slowdown. If anything, I'm seeing an escalation.
Yeah, Kurds are not a monolith. Each faction has varying beliefs. Some would never fight for Israel. Exactly. And initially, a lot of the Kurdish militia movements historically have been revolutionary movements and Maoists and Marxist-Leninist movements. Okay? You immediately jumped on the Mossad Israeli news like without checking shit. Brother, that is fucking crazy. To act like there is no motion there is insane. Okay? And even the most like resistant groups, even the groups that are like saying that they don't want to do this are basically saying we don't want to do this because America won't give us enough assurances. That doesn't mean that they don't have the ambition. Okay? Jesus Christ, you're making it seem like there's no reason. You're making it seem like there is no reason for me to potentially assume that this is a part of their destabilization initiative in Iran. It very clearly is. It is. Some of the factions have said, of course, they're not going to be fucking working with Israel. Some of the factions have said, we would love to work with America and Israel. You just need to give us air support. And some of the factions have said, we will not go and work with Israel unless you actually not only give us air support, but you also fucking send in troops alongside ours. You will hear this now.
So the U.S. is working on taking out missile sites and drone factories and that sort of thing. But as far as groups on the ground fighting the Iranians, this reporting that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for this operation, where does that stand?
There are a lot of Iranian Kurds that deserve dignity and they deserve perhaps better treatment. But as for any actual preparation and armed Kurds inside Iran, there are elements and there's lots of political organization. But most of the most effective fighting forces are actually...
What's your opinion on Kurdistan? My opinion on Kurdistan is that all of the fucking regional entities that exist currently have created a spectacular national security failure for themselves over and over again by not offering the Kurds dignity internally or not offering them statehood with autonomous regions. If they don't do that, then America is going to take advantage of that. It's that simple. You either build a Kurdistan with regional cooperation or you build it as Israel. And I know Kurds get really mad at me when I say this because they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? These are indigenous people. It's true. Yes, Kurds are indigenous to the region as opposed to Israelis who are not, right? But that still doesn't change the fucking function of a Western-backed Kurdistan. A Western-backed Kurdistan will always be a destabilizing factor. It's that simple. And it's understandable that none of the fucking regional actors would want that to take place, even if they are lapdogs of America themselves, like Turkey. Turkey is a vestige of American empire. Okay? Straight up. Turkey is an imperial vestige. And yet, they still have their own ambitions because it turns out they still have their own, they still have their own interest in sovereignty, in maintaining some semblance of sovereignty. And they are understandably worried about Israel. especially when you have, you know, Wall Street Journal op-eds being released. Naftali Bennett talking about how after Iran is done, the next the next step is Turkey. How can you look at every single thing that is unfolded in this fucking region at the behest of Israel and not assume that fucking Turkey is next? What do you think of Rojava? I love Rojava. As you guys know, one of my favorite people on the planet literally went and fought in Rojava.
Outside of Iran, they're on the borders here.
You had a conversation with President Trump. What was that like?
He was very charming. He was very kind. I could feel the emotion in his voice. He said that the Kurds were great fighters. My understanding is that the protection of their people in Iraq is paramount. He's very grateful for all the years that we have served and I have spent with your special forces.
You also talked to the Iranian foreign minister.
Yes.
What is their take on things from your call? Do you believe that regime change is possible the way it's heading right now?
The foreign minister, His Excellency, expressed great disappointment, if I'm honest with you. He indicated that as far as they were...
Abi biz de indigenous olmuyor muyuz? Evet. O da çok salakça bir yes. Like the people that say Turks are the colonizers are also ridiculous because like it's been fucking, I think it's been long enough. You know what I mean? It's been long enough, guys. They didn't come from the steppes 78 years ago, okay? Like, they're definitely also, you can consider the Turks at this point an indigenous population in Anatolia, okay?
Concerned the talks were going well.
It's a little too late for that conversation.
That a technical
also, none of this shit matters. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, if every single Jewish Israeli was indigenous to the population and they were advancing Israel's current interests in the region, that would still be unacceptable, okay? Like, this is why I always get really mad when people do the genealogy and the ancestry arguments about, Jews in Israel. Like, oh, they're all from Poland. They're from Lithuania, whatever the fuck. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit where they're from? What matters to me is they're killing people, okay? What matters to me is the Israeli state's actions. I don't give a fuck whether they have they have the capability to trace their ancestry back 3,000 years or 80 years or 100 years or 200 years. It literally doesn't matter even a little bit. It's just stop fucking killing people. I say the same thing about the Turkish state when they're killing Kurds, okay?
Supposed to sit together in the upcoming days to discuss technical matters. He indicated that this wasn't a war that they were looking forward to, but it was a war they would have to fight. It's definitely existential to them. I got the impression that they were open to some form of peaceful negotiation, which realistically is the only real solution to this issue. Regime change at the moment doesn't look on the cards from what I see. We've seen no uprisings anywhere. We've seen nothing of that. But it's early days, I expect.
The reason why I don't like this argument, by the way, the assessment here, is because he's saying, like, if there's an opportunity, we will fucking seize on it. And it's ridiculous. Right now, especially, if the Iranian government doesn't maintain its centrality, if the Iranian government withers away, if it's destroyed, Iran is balkanized. Okay? The idea that like Kurds will be able to like piece it out and build the Iranian side of Kurdistan is ridiculous, because then Turkey comes into the fucking fold.
The operation to be long and very difficult.
You think there are difficult days ahead. The president is suggesting that he would only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you don't see that right now, that this is on the cusp of happening?
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. I think that the regime is been planning for this for 45 years, and you can expect a fierce resistance. The definition of regime change is important. What is the definition of regime change? And is there an off-ramp? Because some could argue that most mission parameters have been achieved. So is there an off-ramp where now perhaps we can try to resolve this diplomatically?
Yeah, I think that from the administration...
This is the best part of the conversation, where he's just like, he's saying like, we don't want to take military action. We don't want to play a military role, and that regime destabilization will be harmful for all Kurds in the region, all Iranians, everyone. So he's right about that. Which side is Turkey and Azerbaijan over? Well, Turkey is more of a wild card. Turkey's on all sides all the time. That's just how Erdogan works, okay? He works in mysterious ways. One day he'll say, Israel, fuck you, you know? We'll destroy Israel. And then the next day he'll be like, but we'll also send you weapons as well if you need it. Playing all sides all the time. That's the name of the game. Azerbaijan is more leaning on the side of Israel.
Listening to them, taking out the ballistic missile capability, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, was the original objective going in.
Exactly.
The Israelis clearly are more wanting specific regime change to get a different leader in place that the U.S. and Israel can work with.
I understand that. And I think that, Mr. Baer, the conditions, I keep hearing the comparisons to 2003. I think the conditions are very different to 2003. In 2003, there was legitimate, well-known, respected opposition to Saddam among the Shiites, among the Kurds, and don't really see that in Iran now. There isn't a standard, a symbol for people to follow, and that will make it very difficult. Troops on the ground with a country the size of Western Europe, I'm not sure if that's feasible either, but there are many options, and I think the US administration is wise enough to modify their position as the battle changes and as the battlefield changes.
Just to be clear, so there's no armed cross-border operation happening now from your territory in Iraq involving Iranian Kurds into Iran?
Not that I see, and you could argue that that's actually a detriment. Iranians, like everybody else, are very a nationalistic person, and I believe that if they fear that Kurds coming in from elsewhere will cause a split or a splintering of their country, this may actually unify the people and against this separatist movement. Then you have the complications of Turkey. Turkey will have legitimate concerns of this happening. You will have Turkish intervention against the Kurdish troops. At the same time, there is a problem with the Azeris. I think it's a very complicated scenario, and perhaps Kurds being tip of the spear is not the way to go.
Yeah. Well, there are many minorities, you're right, in Iran, and it's very complex as far as how it comes together. If you were to look into a crystal ball, how do you think this ends?
I think that Kurdistan needs to be a bridge, not a battlefield. And the Kurds are uniquely positioned as being your great allies and a partner and a neighbor of Iran. I think we're uniquely positioned to play a role in de-escalation when the time is appropriate, like my late father used to play that role. But what I see now, from what I'm seeing, is a weakened Iranian system, but the institutions, though very different to ours, are institutions and they remain solid. I think that once military objectives are achieved, I dare say that it will be the time for diplomacy. And at that time, we stand ready, as always, to stand with our friends and allies to try to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to this region that truly has suffered from far too many wars and far too many conflicts.
Dealing with the drone threat from Iran, because that's what we're seeing most in some of these Gulf countries.
Yes.
Are you worried about attacks and how to defend against those drone attacks that come in swarms?
not to sound flippant, sir, it's not our first rodeo, and we have absolutely no defense against any drones. So I think the less time spent worrying about it, the better.
Yeah, I got you. And the U.S. is attempting to deal with all of those threats together. It's very interesting to hear your perspective. If you were to say the thing you're most worried about, what is it?
The humanitarian crisis. I think the people of the Middle East have suffered enough, and I urge all sides to try to look at a less bloody way to resolve our issues. I understand that, and I do believe, I genuinely...
Yeah, well, America and Israel don't care about that. Let's be real.
believe that Mr. Trump, in his heart, wants peace. And I understand the theory of peace through strength. And I also think that when the day comes to acknowledge victory, there will be grace in that victory, and we may be able to have dialogue, and we may be able to resolve this issue through the only way that will make a long-lasting peace, and that's dialogue, stability, peace.
Yeah. Here, while oil prices, which fuel economies across the Gulf, also continue to surge. Now, leaders in the region are warning of a wider disruption to energy exports that may trigger a major downturn in the global economy. 1 week into this war, the battlefield is still expanding faster than diplomacy. And the question facing leaders across the Gulf and beyond is whether the next phase brings escalation or any meaningful effort to step back from the brink. Kelly.
Imtiaz, thank you very much. President Trump on Friday approved a new $151 million arms sale to Israel. Now, that deal bypassed congressional approval after Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued an emergency waiver. This morning, the president will attend the dignified transfer of the 6 Americans killed in the opening days of the war with Iran. CBS News' Nicole Killian is traveling with the president in Doral, Florida. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Kelly. President Trump is addressing Caribbean and Latin American leaders here at his resort in...
Yeah, this is also incredibly fucking stupid. The Donald Trump shield of the Americas shit that he's doing with like all the compradors, all the right-wing fucking fascists in Latin America. That's the other play that they're going for. Latin America obviously is like much easier to take control over in comparison to Iran, obviously, because like Iran has spent a good deal of resources for this exact moment, and that's why they can put up a stronger fight as opposed to like all of the other Latin American countries like Cuba and clearly like Venezuela. Venezuela was a really important moment for Donald Trump. It caused them to feel emboldened. That was when, Marco Rubio's pressure actually fucking worked. Speaking of pressure, by the way, Ali Darjiani says some American soldiers have been captured. They are lying that 5 to 6 American soldiers have been killed. Later, under the pretext of an accident, they will inflate the number of casualties. He also said, when the enemy attacks us from bases in the region, we respond, and we will continue to respond. This is our right and a standing policy. Regional countries must either prevent the U.S. from using their territory against Iran, or we will have no choice but to do it ourselves. Taba, a small resort town on Egypt's border with Israel, has become a transit hub for Israelis and foreign nationals seeking to leave the country or return home after Israel closes airspace amidst its ongoing war with Iran. There you go. That's a little Egypt update for you. How are Republicans still in favor of this war? Wouldn't the war... How are the Republicans still in favor of this war? They're cattle. They're cattle. They're cattle. They're cattle. They're in a cult. MAGA is a cult. The Republican voter base is a fucking cult. Okay? They went from unpopular. They went from saying, no, war in Iran is something that we do not want. This is unpopular, to actually, we love it now that Trump has done it and he said he likes it, so we like it too. That's it. There's no other way to read it. They're just fucking cattle. And yeah. There's no reason to read it as anything but that. The gray NPC chip meme is so real when it comes to Republicans. Like they swapped the isolationism chip with the we like war now chip, okay? And just like that, in a matter of less than a fucking week, they turned around and decided they like war with Iran. Make America great again is make Israel great again. I got the firmware update. I love that.
As part of the Shield of the Americas summit. Then he will attend the dignified transfer with the First Lady and members of his cabinet to pay his respects.
By the way, in Iran, we're doing very well.
1 week after the U.S. and Israel launched joint military strikes against Iran, President Trump gave the ongoing operation high marks.
Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone.
The president ramped up pressure on Tehran Friday, declaring in a Truth Social post there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. But Iran shows little sign of backing down. Multiple sources tell CBS News Russia is providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. positions in the region. In an interview airing Sunday on 60 Minutes, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told CBS News chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett the U.S. is tracking everything.
Does this put U.S. personnel in any more danger than they otherwise would be?
Well,
the Russian involvement.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. That's our job. So we're not concerned about that. We mitigate it as we need to. Our commanders factor all of this, but the only ones that need to be worried right now are Iranians that think they're going to live.
The White House hasn't put a timetable on the war, but indicated it believes its objectives could be met within 4 to 6 weeks. And the president made clear he wants a say in selecting who will lead Iran, saying in an interview to CNN, it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like it did in Venezuela.
He wants to take an interest in pursuing who the next leader of the Iranian country is going to be, and that has yet to be seen, and the president is discussing it and deliberating it.
In that same interview, the president also cautioned that Cuba could fall soon.
Yeah, that's the other side of this fucking dumbass story. It is wild that Donald Trump thinks that he could just like I don't know, become one of the special 88 clerics that gets to pick the next Ayatollah somehow. Like he just like fundamentally doesn't understand Iranian society. He doesn't understand how the governance structure works. He doesn't understand the Iranian capabilities. And you can kind of be on autopilot if you're America for the most part. You can be run by like a bloodthirsty madman. Especially because what are people supposed to do? America gets to do whatever it wants, right? Until an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Iran is the immovable object. So now there's this clash. Trump is still operating on, a previous understanding that he gets to do whatever he wants. Except he doesn't get to do whatever he wants here. Obviously,
as we
like
achieve
I said, over and over again, they're in the oh shit, Iran has hands actually moment in their calculations.
In addition to addressing today's summit, ousted Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is also set to deliver remarks here in her new role as special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Adriana?
Nicole, thank you so much.
The Russian ambassador to the UK has told Sky News that his country...
Oh, this is also really funny. Russian ambassador to the UK says Russia is not neutral in the Iran war. There's also that too.
Not neutral in the Iran war. Andrei Kelin says the action being taken against Tehran is simply unfair, and Russia is supportive of Iran. He was speaking to Sir Trevor Phillips.
Is Russia going to come to the aid of Iran in any way? Because Russia and Iran have been allies. The Iranians have supplied expertise and material to Russia. Would you, for example, consider supplying Iran with munitions, drones, and so on?
You know that we have all sympathies with Iran. They are our neighbors. They are historically, we have had always very good relationship with Iran. But for the moment, as it has been announced yesterday, Iran didn't ask for any assistance or help.
And if they were to ask, Russia would consider that request seriously and make assistance available?
Well, you know, we are not only sympathetic with Iran, but we are also sympathetic with the countries of Persian Gulf, with all Emirates. We have interest in all of them, including Iran, and the best will be, of course, to stop immediately any aggression over there. I know any aggression, any implementation of force over there, and to come back to the peaceful solution, negotiated and diplomatic solutions.
So this is interesting because most of the Gulf Cooperation Council countries have come out in support of the Israel and American action. Is Russia going to be neutral in this?
We are not neutral. No, we are neutral. We are supportive to Iran, of course, and we consider, as I have said, very negatively what is being done. And besides, we do not understand this logic. It is the logic at the moment of Western countries and of the others is that Iran is to blame for everything. But no one is saying that US and Israel has initiated an attack against Iran, and Iran is only responding to this attack. So this is simply unfair.
Durante estos últimos días.
Yeah.
Habréis escuchado decir aquí.
Hold on. My shit ass gamer laptop is having a hard time with all the tabs. We got to wait it out. We got to wait it out until it fixes itself. Yes, PSOD. Yeah, PSOD. Bro, leaked an empty notepad? No, it's a tab that's just like won't load. Time to kill some tabs? I can't even kill any of the tabs because it just shut down entirely. Okay, we got to reopen them. Hold on. Can someone resend the hold on, I just got to go to my history again. Fuck.
Durante estos últimos.
Let's see.
As we achieve a.
Okay. I'm doing it. I just have to reopen all my tabs slowly but surely. Piece by piece. How can you claim to be rich if you can only afford tap water? I'm a broke boy. Please subscribe. I already control shifted T'd. I got it all. Okay. I don't know where the other, I can't find the other tab. The last tab that I clicked on, which was like, which was about how can you see this is anything but a big fuck you. Where are you at, bro? This is my new house, dude. I bought another house. I bought a house on top of my house. You know what I'm saying? Houses for fucking days, baby. Europe spent 3 years and hundreds of billions of euros solving its Russian gas problem and succeeded to replace the pipeline dependency on a hostile state with maritime dependency on a strait that at a different hostile state just closed. Yeah. America is, once again, America is literally fucking over Europe. Okay? Anytime America moves in the unstable ways that it moves, Europe gets fucked in the process. And it's so funny because they never learned this lesson for some weird reason. It's really hard to read recent events as anything other than an enormous fuck you to a Europe that has essentially done everything the U.S. asked of it. Reward for total capitulation on Russian inputs is being kicked in the face and called a vassal slave. Yes, because that is the reality. And if Greenland didn't help you wake up to that reality, nothing will. Oh, also, the thing I wanted to show you is, you know how Russia said, yes, we are not impartial in the Iran war. We are, on the side of Iran. Here's what Donald Trump said instead.
Mr. President, can I ask you what Peter asked you a question yesterday? He said it wasn't the right time in that event, but he was asking whether you have indications of whether Russia is supporting Iran somehow in this.
No, I haven't had that. I have had no indication of that whatsoever. If they are, they're not doing a very good job because Iran is not doing too well.
They will start learning their lesson. Local elections happening in Germany and some big states like Bavaria. Yeah, except the lesson that they will learn is we must become more fascist. That's the unfortunate side of this instability. Oh, you know what it is, guys, actually? Why are we in this predicament? Not because we are vassals to America, but because brown people are in our borders, inside of our borders. They've infiltrated our borders. They've penetrated our borders. We must get more ruthless towards the migrants. I hope that's not the case. But I do feel like anytime there's economic instability in Europe, they turn around and go, "Oh, yeah, let's hit the fucking migrant extinction button harder." And it's hilarious because those who actually take advantage of the culture war phenomena and the anti-immigrant sentiment are those who are even more servile to NATO and even more servile to American interests. They're literally saying it's MAGA time. They're in Europe LARPing like they're, American MAGA supporters. Guy Laron on Twitter posted a thread that vindicates your theory about Trump's Gulf strategy. Already the case, CDU closed integration courses. As a German voting tomorrow, I can confirm you are completely right. Yeah. It's so funny. The more right-wingers become pro-America, the more the rest of the country becomes anti-America. But what they fail to comprehend is that when right-wingers win, they become even more pro-America. I don't know how much more vassalized Europe could get. But it's not even a secret that the European far-right movement is basically tailoring its movement not from historic fascism, even though there is some elements of historic fascism in it, but the modern version of fascism, which is MAGA. It's very obvious. Anyway, Spain has been getting a lot of, Turkish love out there for its statements not only on Palestine, but its statements against Israel, its statements against America. Pedro Sanchez has successfully PSO'd me, or however you say it, PSO'd, however you say it. He PSO'd me, okay? He did. He's so handsome and so charming, and I am so desperate for anyone to speak out against America that I will absolutely gladly volunteer myself. PSOED.
He escuchado decir aquello de que España está sola. No.
He says, we are not alone. Those were the same people who told us when we recognized the state of Palestine and then it was everyone else that we were alone. No, we are not alone. We are the first. We are the first.
Y os digo más.
I'll tell you more.
Os digo más. Lo estamos viendo ya.
We're seeing it already.
Estamos viendo como muchos otros
We're seeing how
gobiernos ya se
many
están
other governments are already taking a stand against this war.
Los que se van a quedar solos
Those who are going to be
son
left
aquellos
alone
que defienden
are the
lo
ones who defend the indefensible. So,
story of the rival.
I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up is because he's like, this is the center left, right? And they've done a better job of reading the room than the Labour Party has. But it's good because this actually does give confidence to other left parties in Europe to also use the instability and the anger that people have to cut a new lane for themselves. The Greens in the UK are doing this in the absence of Labour's refusal to read the room. So we shall see. They aren't doing well in the polls, though. We'll see. We'll see how well they do.
Between the US and Iran goes way back.
States like
Iran war, how do we get here?
these constitute an axis of evil.
If Iran cheats, we can catch them, and we will.
They're a nation of terror, and we won't put up with it.
It's a complex relationship, shaped by years of Western intervention, control over oil, and regional alliances.
The relationship between Iran and America has been rancorous, turbulent, tortuous, really.
And now a new chapter started, with US-Israeli strikes taking out Iran's leader, hundreds of civilians paying the price for ongoing attacks.
That's crazy to talk about how we got here and not talk about 1953. Like, that's where this actually begins. The notion that, like, the Iranian people just, like, hate us for no reason is so stupid. Or, oh, they, you know, we've been interfering in the affairs of Iran for, like, the last 40 years. Like, no, it goes far beyond that. Okay? I mean, it goes even further beyond 1953, but like 1953 is the pivot point. Okay? Mossadegh, democratically elected Mossadegh, pisses off the British, and specifically British Petroleum, by demanding more sovereignty and demanding more control over their resources, their natural resources, specifically oil. And their demands are quite reasonable, as a matter of fact. And this is the aftermath. This is, the Cold War. This is the aftermath of World War II. And British capital goes to America and says, you got to fix this. You got to deal with this. America comes in, does a regime change, and installs or hardens the power of the Shah and trains the secret police, Savak, which is a really ruthless and really repressive force. In Iran, so much so that inevitably there is a revolution. Decades after, a popular revolution. Maybe they'll talk about all that.
And now a full regional war.
There is concern about what happens next and where this actually ends.
We're standing on this cliff and peering over the edge and not sure what's going to be there.
So how do we get here? I'm Oliver Nikido-Lynham, and this is Sky News Explains. It's important to say that relations between the US and Iran didn't start in 1953, and Iran has its own rich history, which precedes all of this. But to understand the dynamic between the US and the Islamic Republic, let's start at 1953.
Okay, never mind.
It was the
My
year
mistake.
of a British and US-backed coup to overthrow the country's democratically elected and secular Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh.
It's so funny. People would like, as recently as like a couple years ago, people would come into my chat and act like this wasn't real, by the way. Same with Chile. There is like a Johnny Harris contingency of NatSec liberals that make it seem like America's intervention in Iran was marginal at best, inconsequential, and that it was totally organic. And the same goes for Chile as well, where they would act like, they still do to this day, they act like the puppet state we installed in Chile and the Chicago boys and their influence in Chile was like totally inconsequential, and that Salvador Allende was not an objectively popular figure that was democratically elected. It's totally ridiculous. You don't need to listen to these people. If they tell you that like America did not intervene in both of these incidents directly, they're not sincere people.
Wanted to nationalize Iran's oil.
Bro, ask me one more time if Trump is in a K-hole, dude.
That's Dominic Waghorn, our international affairs editor who's reported on Iran for decades.
The British had effectively sort of sewn up Iran's oil very much in their interest, and this was a direct threat to the British, and they called on American help.
Okay, we need a bit of context about oil. Iran has some of the biggest oil reserves in the world, and in the early 1900s, a former Shah, the monarch, made a deal with a British businessman that gave Britain the rights to explore and export a lot of Iran's oil. And the deal led to the creation of the Anglo-Persian Company, which is the origins of where BP came from, British Petroleum. And you might be wondering, if it was about protecting British oil interests, then what's in it for the Americans?
I would say it's a combination between the oil issue and communism. Oil was the main concern of the British, and possibly communism was the main concern of the Americans. And it was the strength of the Iranian Communist Party, which was a homegrown party, of course aligned to Moscow, but very much the only structural party with a nationwide organization and more, which probably swayed the Americans.
So, working with Iranian opposition groups, CIA operatives inside Iran and MI6 made a...
For the record, Mossadegh was not a communist, nor was he aligned with the Soviets at all. Make no mistake on that. I mean, he was a nationalist. Like at a time when the term meant something different. When I say nationalist for countries that are under colonial subjugation, that's very different. It's a liberationist movement. It's an emancipatory movement. Like Hamas is a nationalist movement, right? It's not the same as like the Nazis. It's ridiculous to make that claim. These are revolutionary movements. Mossadegh was a social democrat.
To overthrow the prime minister.
There were CIA operatives that were controlling things and were managing things, but it was very much an Iranian operation. There was a vast array of opponents to Mossadegh.
The result? Mossadegh was arrested, tried for treason and put in prison. And the US-backed Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was restored to power and ruled Iran as an absolute monarch for the next 26 years. Even though the US now admits that it was involved in the coup, it took decades for an official confirmation to come out. But now declassified CIA documents show you just how involved the agency was. Take a look at this document, titled The Battle for Iran. It says here that the military coup that overthrew Mossadegh in his National Front cabinet was carried out under CIA direction as an act of US foreign policy, conceived and approved at the highest levels of government. So while the coup helped restore British interests, it really brought...
By the way, if you want to understand how that took place, look no further than like any kind of quote unquote anti-government protests that take place in places like Cuba, take place in places like Iran still to this day. You go in, you take over newspapers, you build like civil society organizations, front organizations. You try to try to heighten the flames of tension internally. It's totally astroturfed, and you bring about like some kind of color revolution to give it a domestic feel. You try to make it seem like this is a real popular revolution, right?
US intervention in Iran into the picture. But over the course of the Shah's reign, he became increasingly unpopular.
As the economy kind of turned against him and economic fortunes turned against him, he resorted more and more to repression. And the instrument of repression was the Savak, the Iranian secret police, who were more and more brutal. And he led a life of conspicuous wealth. And the perception, I think, for the Iranian people was, while they were suffering economically, he was living this life of luxury.
Alongside this, a range of opposition groups gained popularity, and protests and calls for change within the country also grew.
These different groups, the leftist groups, the nationalist groups, the religious groups, all of these groups kind of coalesce eventually, and they come under the umbrella of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Khomeini was a religious scholar and a vocal critic of the Shah, so much so that he was exiled in 1964 and didn't come back to Iran until the Shah fell in 1979.
The 1979 revolution was a revolution of sovereignty, independence, freedom, this whole anti-American sense. Anti-American as an anti-imperialism was a part of it.
So the 1979 revolution is really important because it marked the start of the Islamic Republic, with Ruhollah Khomeini as the supreme leader of Iran, in a system of government that still exists today. So how did the US view the revolution?
Well, you've got this anti-Western Islamist government coming into power, having deposed a pro-Western Shah. And so the stage is set for, you know, a total deterioration in relations between Iran and outside Western powers, most of all America.
But over the years, the Islamic Republic has heavily expanded its control over the population. And there's many ways they've done that, like mass surveillance, using internet shutdowns, and its morality police. All of this has made it really difficult and really dangerous for people inside Iran who disagree with the regime. And how popular has the regime been over the years?
It depends who you talk to, I think, and it's hard to say because it's hard to go there, it's hard to operate when you go there, and if you do go there, you are in the care of government-appointed hosts, if you like, or minders, however you want to characterise them, on the underground. I remember one guy came up to me and he said, "Don't listen to a word they say, they're lying."
And in the decades following the revolution, there have been multiple protests, ranging from issues around the economy to women's rights, and they show the level of resistance to the existing government. This includes the Women Life Freedom Movement, following the death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old woman who died in custody after Iran's morality police claimed she wasn't wearing her hijab properly.
I think you could argue that going back and looking at some of the first large protests, maybe 1999, some of the students' protests in Iran, that Iran has been in a constant state of protest since then, because each of these movements have popped up and asked for different things that have never been given to by the state. So each of these movements...
That's also not true. Pressure amounts, the government retreats, they are incredibly repressive at times. They didn't really factor in the Iran-Iraq war into this equation that also hardened the government's position, again, due to Americans basically used the Ba'athist movement and Iraq as a weapon to wield against Iran, okay? That's a major part of the Islamic Republic, like, hardening their position. They also, weirdly enough, don't talk about like the other side of the revolutionary forces. Within this popular revolution, they briefly mention like socialists, communists, and the like. But it obviously plays a big role in the revolution, major role in the revolution. It's a real part of the popular mobilization. And that all completely gets destroyed after the Iraq War. It was very bloody. It was very brutal. America gave Iraq a shit ton of weapons, including chemical weapons, that then Saddam Hussein used on his own people as well. Yes, Largiani says that there are real dead soldiers. Is this actually his real account? They didn't even talk about the students who took over the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and pieced back the documents. Yeah. That's a Hasan Nasrallah throwback, the T. The T means time out, stop the hate. That's what it means. That's what Hasan Nasrallah was doing. No, the T is they will come in vertically and they will leave horizontally. As in, if you come and try to invade Lebanon, you will come in vertically on your feet and you will leave in coffins. In any case, that basically destroys what remains of like any kind of leftist movement in the country. Some align with Saddam, and then outside of that, the government uses that as a reason to gut a real left flank opposition to themselves by arresting, torturing, mass imprisoning a shit ton of socialists and communists. And yeah.
Have continued to compound on each other. It's very dangerous
Not gonna lie,
to
bro.
participate in a protest in Iran. You can be killed by the state.
Not gonna lie, bro. You should stick to playing games. You're right. Do you think this is Asmongold's chat? Are you in the right chat? Are you all right? Is that what you think is going on? Dude, I'm so worried. I'm so worried I'm going to have no juice remaining by the time my speech comes up. I'm actually legit fucked up.
We've seen that multiple times in the Islamic Republic's history.
In the years immediately after the revolution and the decades that followed, there are so many events that led to a fracturing relationship between the US and Iranian officials. Let's take a look at a few of them. 1979 was the start of the hostage crisis, which saw 52 Americans held in the US Embassy in Tehran for 444 days, which led to US sanctions on Iran. In the 1980s, the US supported the Iraqi side of the Iran-Iraq War, where hundreds of thousands of people died. And in 1988, the US shot down an Iranian commercial plane, killing 290 people, which the US said it mistook for an Iranian fighter jet. And the US attitude towards Iran summed up in this speech.
Wow. All of the unimaginably destabilizing incidents in rapid fire. Like, if you want to understand why Iranians say Mark Bar America, this is it. Like, this is a huge fucking, this is blow after blow after blow. Like, the Iran-Iraq war was incredibly fucking deadly, dude. The casualties were in the millions. Like, what are we fucking talking about? How do you, like, the student protesters took over the American embassy. They're talking about it like this is, a real militancy that engaged in this. What's your voter history? What do you think, dumbass? I'm a Republican, lifelong. Sorry. Maybe you weren't being me. Maybe you were genuinely interested. Lifelong MAGA supporter. I've been voting for Donald Trump before he even had ambitions of higher office.
And the decades that followed, there are so many events that led to a fracturing relationship between the US and Iranian officials. Let's take a look at a few of them. 1979 was the start of the hostage crisis, which saw 52 Americans held in the US Embassy in Tehran for 444 days, which led to US sanctions.
Yeah, so 1980s is the Iran-Iraq war,
where hundreds of thousands of people died. And in 1988, the US shot down an Iranian commercial plane, killing 290 people, which the US said it mistook for an Iranian fighter jet.
I think, if I recall correctly, they also refused to apologize for it initially as well, right?
and the US attitude towards Iran, summed up in this speech by President George Bush in 2002.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
It's fair to say that no American presidents had particularly productive relations with the Iranians, from Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, both Bushes, Bill Clinton. I think by the time you get to Barack Obama, relations are so sour, and there is so much suspicion and paranoia, particularly amongst the Iranians, that it's very hard for them to take seriously any American rapprochement.
But there's a topic we haven't discussed yet: nuclear weapons.
و دیگران مرتب از سلاح اتمی اسم میارن که اونها میخواهند ملت ایران این فناوری را نداشته باشد.
But it's not a conversation that's left in history. It's still going on today, with Donald Trump referring to it as one of the reasons why we're seeing US strikes in Iran right now.
This terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon.
Talking about Iran's nuclear capabilities really deserves its own episode. But basically, the US and a lot of the international community have long feared that Iran could be building its own nuclear weapon. Right now, there's no confirmed evidence that they've built one, and Iran's always denied it. But it's really complicated.
Their critics and most skeptics have always assumed that the Iranians were trying to build a nuclear weapon with their nuclear program, because the level to which they've been enriching uranium over the years far exceeds what you need for civilian purposes. And they have used, though, the threat of the way they've been perceived of trying to build the bomb as a way of effectively blackmailing the international community.
But there was a breakthrough between the US, Iran, and other countries back in 2015. Under the deal, Iran agreed to significantly limit its nuclear activities and let international inspectors in exchange for economic sanctions being lifted.
That didn't open relations, but it kind of brought every temperature down until President Trump.
As you just...
Yeah, there's only one other problem here with this coverage. There's one country that opposed that every step of the way, and that country is Israel. Barack Obama facilitates JCPOA. It's a multilateral agreement that literally factors in China, Russia, European allies. The International Atomic Energy Agency is basically designed 90% for Iran. It's the only country that they worry about. It's the level of surveillance that the Western powers have over the Iranian nuclear program is incredible. Once again, Iran allows them to do everything. Iran says, sure, if you're going to give us sanctions relief, we will literally do anything and everything to get that sanctions relief. We will allow your investigators to be inside of our walls, basically. Benjamin Netanyahu comes to the United States of America once this deal is signed, angrily. He's invited by the Republican opposition and welcomed by the likes of Chuck Schumer at the time. Very controversial. He delivers a speech to Congress against the wishes of Barack Obama. So this level of like Israeli penetration in American politics goes far beyond this last iteration. Okay? And then, of course, Donald Trump wins. And when Donald Trump wins, he rips the deal apart. Iranians don't even get like full sanctions relief, by the way. We just released some of their assets that we had frozen. That's the level of control we have. Can you just put the speech on? What speech? I'm about to speak later in the night.
It didn't last long. Trump withdrew from it, calling it
a horror show,
bringing the temperature back up.
It's a terrible deal. The minute I collapsed that deal and terminated it, Iran went in a very bad direction.
Although we've spoken a lot about the relationship between US and Iranian officials, there are a lot more countries that we need to mention. Since the 1979 revolution, the US had become a dominant force in the Middle East, both in terms of its influence and military power. In response, Iran began building its own sphere of influence, starting with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So now let's turn to the current situation.
Hezbollah is also a organic development in Lebanon, also, again, as a consequence of Israel's interventions in Lebanon, Israel leaned heavily into sectarian and religious conflict inside of Lebanon. The Shia population was getting slaughtered by the Phalangist fascist militias in Lebanon. Israel backed the Phalangist militias. There were unimaginable, untold amounts of massacres that took place. Like, Hezbollah is a organic development. To say that they were, to say that they're like Iranian agents is a very Western approach to it. It's also complete fucking bullshit. Once again, very strange that like this analysis does not factor Israel into the equation at all when it is playing a major role, sometimes behind the scenes and sometimes directly. If you just simply say Hezbollah was formed by Iran and move on, it's not even a simplistic take. It's not even a reductive take. You're just basically lying at that point, right?
Groups in the region include a loose coalition, often called the Axis of Resistance. That's a series of militias, groups and governments in different countries across the region, including Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, like we mentioned, the Houthis in Yemen, and various groups in Iraq and Syria. These are all individual groups, but have been close allies for Iran. As for the US, its allies...
Like, a lot of these countries have massive Shia populations, okay? Either like a significant minority group or a Shia plurality or an outright Shia majority, as in the case in Bahrain. And Iran has obviously funded and armed these Shia groups and trained these Shia groups, and uses the Shia groups as a response measure. But a lot of the Shia groups themselves were formed to defend the local Shia populations against the other side of the equation, Saudi Arabia, Western-backed involvement by way of Saudi Arabia, the Wahhabist groups, the Salafist groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Daesh. Like, these groups have, these Sunni groups have been, slaughtering Shia populations over and over again. With the one exception being Hamas. Hamas is a organic militancy that was formed that is Sunni.
Most notably Israel, but also Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE. Oman is neutral and even helped facilitate talks between Iran and the US before the war, but it's been drawn into it after it was hit by Iran. And the relationship between Iran and...
Yeah, it's like funny that she says axis of resistance. Resistance against what? Resistance against what? They're not just like, what are they resisting against? Like, taxes? Like, what's their goal? What's their purpose? I'll tell you what it is. Western imperialism, okay? Amer-Israeli imperialism. That is what they're resisting against. Literally, that's what it is. Yeah, Hezbollah are a mere proxy. Unlike that Catholic militia in the 80s that Israel created a microstate consisting of a few hundred meters of the Lebanese side of the Israeli border, like for 2 years before being trashed like a used condom.
Over the years really matters. But what's changed is that a lot of them have been weakened. For example, Hamas and Hezbollah. So that brings us to today.
Mamdani allegedly got attacked? What the fuck? This is a 4-month-old article. Chatter? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Anyway, let's finish this up.
Very large boom. Well, you'll be well aware that that is an air raid siren that has been activated.
And the war in the Middle East that marks a whole new chapter for this story.
the United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
Just days before this, though, the US and Iran were in fact in talks.
On the one hand, we're seeing a build-up of military hardware, an armada that was building up quite close to Iran. And on the other hand, we were seeing the nuclear talks beginning again indirectly between the United States and Iran. And those who were mediators, like the Omanis, for example, who were shuttling between the two sides, were actually indicating that things were moving quite well and that there were positive signs coming out.
But since then, the targeted killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei marked the start of a whole series of Israeli and US strikes on Iran and its allies. And in return, Iran's responded, hitting Israel and other US allies across the region. The killing of Iran's Supreme Leader is such a big moment in history. Videos have shown some Iranians celebrating the death of the Ayatollah, but we've also heard about the anxieties from other people about how all of this has played out.
I understood why people were celebrating, because, you know, this horrible person has finally been taken out. I think for me, and I think for so many people.
Are you for or against Iran? What do you think? What do you mean? Like, for or against Iran? What does that mean? I'm for the Iranian people. Yes. I will always stand with victims of American and Israeli imperialism. No matter how unpopular that might seem, I am an anti-imperialist. What is this question?
I feel very anxious for what's to come. That's what's scary, is we're standing on this cliff and peering over the edge and not sure what's going to be there.
But many civilians in Iran are paying the price for this collapse in the relationship between the US and the Islamic Republic.
Yeah, there was a far greater number of people obviously mourning Khamenei. However, of course, we don't know what the real number of people who were celebrating would look like anyway, because there is state repression, obviously. Not that it fucking matters, because America's involvement has nothing to do with the emancipatory goals of the certain subsects of Iranian population. It's totally ridiculous. They're not even trying that hard, to be honest. They've completely given up on that, as a matter of fact. This is so sick. This is not going after the regime. It's going after the people of Iran. So pathetic, destroying Iran's infrastructure that belongs to the nation. The people of Iran, not the regime, reveals who is running the war and why. Iran is the target. Iran. I am ashamed of myself to support this shit war in the beginning. Well, at least some of the people are beginning to understand what the actual goals were here. Iranians are very smart people, unless they're like directly ultra-Zionist, which some of them are. Unless they're like talking from Israel directly. Many of those Iranians will quickly recognize what they were supporting.
Iran state media says that over 1,000 civilians in Iran have been killed so far. That includes an explosion at a school in Manab that killed more than 160 people. Most of them were children. The US government has listed a whole range of reasons for starting this war, like regime change in Iran.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
To destroying missiles.
We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground.
Alongside its own interests, the US has also spoken about Israeli interests, one of Iran's biggest rivals.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties.
And Israel's been vocal about its ambitions in Iran.
This is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions, first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny.
And this war has spread regionally, with Israeli strikes on Lebanon and Iranian strikes on countries across the Gulf.
It's reached places where, frankly, the United States and Israel probably didn't anticipate that the Iranians would target. We've seen civilian areas in places like Dubai hit. We've seen luxury hotels hit. Places that perhaps, they just didn't think the Iranians would go there.
But with the death of Khamenei, there are still so many questions about what happens next.
Yeah, I wonder why they went there perhaps has something to do with the fact that you decapitated their leadership in the first opening salvo, which of course automatically triggered the contingency plan of this like defense mosaic structure that they've designed in the, extremely chaotic scenario where you do just that. So yeah, now they're fucking firing off on all cylinders as they were, as I guess they said they would, and they never did. Also killed an entire school full of little schoolgirls. That's obviously going to be very frustrating.
The Islamic Republic is not defined by Khamenei. This is not the singular leader. It doesn't start and end with him. People in Iran are, one, fearing for their lives, right? They're inside trying to dodge any type of airstrikes, but they're also getting text messages from security officials warning them to not go outside. So in times of
Mythic Talent, we've spoken with Asmongold and mutually agree to part ways. Mythic represents creators from a wide range of backgrounds and perspectives. We're committed to fostering an environment grounded in respect and responsibility. We remain focused on supporting our creators and continuing our mission to help them build sustainable long-term careers.
arrests, whether it be because there's a national protest or because there's airstrikes now, the state continues to clamp down on people's lives.
I can't believe he was like literally a public partner of Mythic Gaming for as long as he was when he was like running around. I guess like yesterday he was talking about how like he would be a Catholic. He's just like LARPing he's grifting for all the fucking religious groypers. He was out here saying, I would support the Pope and I would convert to Catholicism if the Pope did another crusade in Africa. Like, the level of LARP and the grifting is out of fucking control here. It's so crazy.
It interrupts any type of opposition movement that maybe might have been brewing in that moment.
So that's how we got here. But what happens next? This regional war now involves so many civilians, so many countries, and so many interests. But what's clear is that it's changed the US and Iran's complicated relationship forever.
If you don't know how a conflict ends, it's deeply concerning. And you need to think about when you enter a war, what your exit strategy and plan is. So you just get a sense that these strategies haven't been thought out. And so there is concern about what happens next and where this actually ends.
He called the killing of medics crashing out. What up? You did not find. Are there energy bevs in there, like sugar-free Red Bull, or no? No, that's not sugar-free. I guess I could do sugar. I'm dying. Yeah, Marchie Poo's here. And we're both fucking dying, and I am a little bit scared of how I'm gonna pull through on this fucking thing. I hope that like the adrenaline kicks in when I get on that stage and I can just like carry through. Because goddamn, dude, did you eat? I ate breakfast. Like, it's not the food. I need like, yeah, I need actual sleep. Like, I slept for like 3 hours yesterday. You know what I mean? Not enough. All right. Apparently, 2 in custody after suspicious device found outside a Gracie mansion amid anti-Islam protest. Yeah, we'll talk about the Mythic thing in a second. Where is the video? There was a video that you wanted me to look at. There's an NYPD briefing on it. I don't know what the fuck's going on in New York, but apparently there was like a vigil by like a Marxist-Leninist transgender group for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And then like the fucking asshole Jake Lang came in and was like literally fucking a goat. Jake Lang came in and was straight up having sex with a goat. Okay. Yeah, we gotta swap it over. We gotta swap the cameras over and get ready to mobilize here. Yeah, you can take it now. Hold on. What was LeBron doing? No, like an actual goat, like meh, goat. Okay. Brother, pound the Red Bulls. I'm going to in a second. And then today, that was yesterday, the goat thing. And then today, there was a roasted pig that was dumped outside of Effie's, an Israeli and kosher cafe where Lang's people, Shah Mahdi, a blonde woman, and others ate earlier. They brought the pig in a smoker in the back of a truck parked down the street with a Confederate flag on the back. New counter protests already began to assemble and confront Jake Lang. So then there were counter protests that came in. Are you just saying shit to just say shit, or is this America? No, this is literally what's going on, bro. Look at this shit.
Against that shit. Fuck you. Fuck you, Fat 47. Fuck you and the camouflage bullshit. Fuck you and the leather jacket.
You're crashing, take a nap. Shatter.
This is my city. What's up, Ford? I got a pig roast here, guys.
I see that.
You know you're protected because there's cops around here. Keep running your mouth. Keep running your mouth, beta boy. Yeah. You don't know. New York City's my city.
NYPD apparently was escorting Jake Lang themselves. Free the goat / kill yourself chant underway as a white supremacist Jake Lang and his fascist gaggle remain stuck in the middle of the street behind a wall of NYPD officers. And he doesn't even have like enough people to mobilize. Isn't Jake Lang Jewish? Yes, but he's also an anti-Semite. I think he's a Mossad agent, for the record. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think he's straight up a fucking agent of Mossad. So anyway, he now is also anti-Semitic. I mean, he has literally like gone to Israel, kissed the wall, did the tefillin, had a bar mitzvah like in Israel. But now he has decided because he was outed as being Jewish. If you can, I mean, it's a very weird sequence of words, but because he was a part of a movement that was like super, super Islamophobic, and then he was outed as being Jewish, and then ever since then he's become like very anti-Semitic as well. Yes, outed, like literally outed, because I know it sounds fucking crazy, but they're Nazis. So yeah, this is the only place where like being outed as being Jewish is significant. Do you understand?
Somebody likes the fuck goats. The Muslims need to get out of NYC. They're a bunch of goat raping pedophiles. Get Kamani, get Somali out. Get these Muslims out of our city. We will not allow these people to continue to rape and pillage our city. USA! 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 USA!
Yes, he was doing bestiality to a goat to show everyone what Muslims do, I guess. I don't even know how the fuck he got a goat in New York City. But the point here is not for him to look reasonable. He's not reasonable at all. The point here is for him to start shit so that people react violently. But I guess when the altercations were taking place, someone like had a smoke grenade. They were arrested. This is like right near Gracie Mansion, near Zoran's house, or where Zoran's living, or the mayor's mansion. 2 people were taken into custody on Saturday after suspicious devices were found outside of Gracie Mansion, the official residence of the mayor of New York City. The incident occurred amid anti-Islam demonstrations being held outside of Gracie Mansion by conservative influencer Jake Lang. It was not immediately clear if Mayor Zohran Mamdani and the First Lady Rama Dawaji were at home at the time. A spokesperson for the New York Police Department said in a statement that 2 suspicious devices were found outside of the mayor's home. The NYPD spokesperson added that there were no injuries and the investigations remain ongoing. A representative for Mamdani did not immediately return a request for comment. Anyway, I gotta put my shoes on and get ready, but that's the other side of the story. Getting back to Operation Epstein's Fury.
Iran's retaliatory strikes, though, continue not only in Israel, but at other neighbors in the Gulf. This as a third U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is now expected to join in the fight against Iran. In moments, I will be speaking live with Israeli President Isaac Herzog. But first, let's go live to Tel Aviv, where Nate Foy is on the ground with the very latest. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Aisha. Yeah, Iran continues firing on its neighbors today, even after President Masoud Pezeshkian promised that they would. And Pezeshkian is one of the 3 people on Iran's interim leadership council. Iran's military seemingly not getting that message or not on the same page in the past hour, targeting an airbase in Saudi Arabia and hitting a tower in Dubai with an Iranian drone. Take a look. This isn't the first time that Dubai has been attacked. Even just today, the Dubai International Airport got hit with an Iranian drone early this morning. And shortly before that, a drone damaged an oil facility in southern Iraq. Iran also claims it hit an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz today. Meanwhile, Israel is launching more strikes in Beirut. So far this weekend, they've hit 170 Hezbollah military sites. Sirens are also blaring in northern Israel this hour. Meanwhile, the U.S. bombing campaign continues in Tehran. President Trump promised a big wave of attacks today, as so far the U.S. has struck 3,000 targets in Iran during the first week of Operation Epic Fury. The U.S. has also sunk at least 42 ships as the U.S. continues degrading Iran's offensive and defensive capabilities. However, those capabilities still exist, as we have seen in Tel Aviv today. Iran has fired ballistic missiles here and at central Israel several times. We've seen intercept missiles go off behind us, and Israel's air defense has been effective. We'll send it back to you, Aisha.
Okay, Nate Foy reporting live for us. Nate, thank you. For more on the ongoing conflict with Iran, let's bring in now the president of Israel, Isaac Herzog. President Herzog, thank you so much for being on the program with us today.
Thank you, Aisha. It's a pleasure.
I want to start with what the president has said about what he needs from Iran. He has continuously said he wants a unconditional surrender. He won't accept anything else. What does that look like to you, sir?
It looks like a major sea change in world history, meaning finally somebody has taken head on this ongoing, repeated pain and agony that has emanated from the Middle East and says enough is enough. And I think the president's decisions throughout have been bold, have been clear-minded, have been unique and clearly historical in the fact that he's leading a different path for the Middle East. I heard today the leader, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, the leader of the United Arab Emirates. He spoke beautifully. And he is one of a kind, like all other leaders there, who've been bombarded by Iranians. And the issue is that there's a coalition of nations in the Middle East who says enough is enough. We're fed up. You guys out there in Tehran, you can't do this anymore. You cannot spread terror, you cannot spread havoc, you cannot say, America is the big Satan, Israel is the little Satan. You cannot build terror cells all over the world. That's over. And that's why we are working in an incredible partnership between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, who both have taken outstanding decisions, together now with all the leaders in the region, just to bring a different path for the future of the world, in fact.
President, you know, regime changes are very...
Okay, I'm going to keep running this, and I'm going to swap it. You can hide it for a second. Wait, actually, let me call the Uber first. I'm going to call the Uber first. And then, yeah, we're going to move over to Northwestern U. Moments ago, Iran bombed Kuwait's international airport. Nice. Great. Fantastic. What do, you know? Where is the... Is March giving you the finger? I don't know. Is he? Maybe. I'm calling an Uber right now. Sorry.
Through just
Yeah, Israel saying, Israel giving advice on how Iran can be a better neighbor is crazy. Like, you're a nuclear armed country and you are objectively the worst neighbor anyone could be. And not only that, but also then having the audacity to bring up the UAE as the best kind of neighbor. Well, that gives the game away a little bit, don't you think? You know? Pray for me, Chad. I'm going to defend my thesis in veterinary medicine later. Hell yeah.
Appears that the Iranian regime is expecting
we're
ground
moving.
troops at some point, U.S. and Israeli.
All right.
I want
See
to
you
play
on the other
soundbite
side,
here
everybody.
From the foreign minister of Iran talking about what they expect. Listen.
President Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
President Herzog, are you expecting to send any Israeli troops into Iran?
No, and I don't think anybody's expecting to see American troops in Iran as well. I think part of the comments of the Iranian foreign minister is, in order to impact American public opinion and scare American public opinion. You've got to understand, Aisha, first and foremost, we are both in this unique partnership are delineating the power of the Iranian military revolutionary guards and the extreme cruelty of their regime. We are weakening them. And when you are weakening them, they will be confronted with major questions, including from their public. We know that there's havoc in that regime. We know that there's huge debates, arguments, and total disarray in that leadership. We know it. And that's why there's a process that will take place which will bring their demise and end. It doesn't require troops on the ground for that matter. It requires constant pressure because there's a given moment where everybody says, stop, it's over. And that's how it will happen.
Can I ask you about the Kurds? There's reporting out there that the Kurds, the fighters, might be sent into Iran to start a ground offensive. The White House has pushed back on any reporting that suggests that there is some sort of a plan to use the Kurds. But wouldn't that help both Israeli and U.S. troops? Would you be supportive of using the Kurdish fighters?
One has to understand that the Kurds have their own aspirations and needs and objectives. The Kurds are spread all over the Middle East. I would be very cautious in saying who's joining, who's not joining. Iran is a big nation. It's 90 million. It has various groups within it. One thing we know for sure, for years, the Iranian people are fed up. And you saw them go into the streets just 2 months ago, and you saw them brutally butchered by their regime. About between 32 to 50,000 people who've been butchered just like that. And I'm telling you, it is obvious that with the pressure from the outside and the pressure from the inside, there will be change. We're not condescending, we're not over-optimistic, we're very realistic. We're showing a coalition which is unbelievable. This US military and Israeli military cooperation is unprecedented. It works like the coalition in World War II even. I mean, it's really impressive under the leadership of President Trump. And I must say, I commend also Prime Minister Netanyahu for the incredible decisions that he has taken together with President Trump. Both of them are doing incredible work to change the future of the world and bring us a better future. And that means preventing nuclear armament for Iran. That means stop spreading terror and havoc all over the region. And that means also change in the region, meaning Lebanon, and you've seen Syria, hopefully in other places.
Right. I can't let you go without asking you, President, about the pressure campaign from our president, President Trump, for you to pardon Benjamin Netanyahu. He told Axios this week. He said, "Every day I talk to Bibi about the war, I want him to focus on the war and not the, I won't say the curse word, court case. I want the only pressure on Bibi to be the fighting against Iran." Will you be pardoning the Prime Minister, Netanyahu?
So let's put things on record and in perspective. First of all, during the war, there are no proceedings at all, so it's off the charts and off the table, and the Prime Minister is solely focused on the war. Number two, just to explain to you viewers, I'm the head of state. I don't have executive powers. It's similar to what you see in Europe and other countries, and I have the pardoning power. I'm of course obliged and sworn into Israeli law, just like you have American Constitution for the President of the United States. So we have the Israeli Constitution for the President of Israel. So I said,
would you be supportive of a pardon, sir?
Wait a minute. I said that I will consider everything seriously, but I'm obliged under the process and under Israeli law to await opinions that must be given to me by the relevant authorities. And that is why, of course, everything's on the table, but it has to be done according to Israeli law. I respect President Trump tremendously, honestly, and I take the brunt with a lot of affection and respect to him because he's the leader of the free world who's changing history. But on the merits of a case, which is an internal case in Israel, I am obliged, I'm sworn in, and I'm the President of the State of Israel.
Okay. President Herzog, thank you very much for joining us from Israel. We very much appreciate your time. Great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
He's being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. I flew up to D.C. 3 times in the last month to try to convince Trump not to do this. It didn't work. It happens. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, boy, this is not going to get better. So then I think I'll fly up again and ask him. I mean, I don't know if anyone else is doing it, so I'm going to try to just declare victory and go home. Like, you killed an 86-year-old cleric. Let's just call that a win and then pull back. And so then, meantime, he got convinced to denounce me. So I call over there to see, call someone who knows him to see. I said, I'm just going to fly up anyway and tell him this because I think it's so important. And the person says, don't bother, because he's being shown polling that this war is like a 90-10 win for him. And I said, I don't know where that polling is coming from. It's like, I guess you could make any kind of poll, and it's.
The Americans thought, well, he was coaxed into it by Netanyahu to attack, so you can all take out the leader, they'll surrender. And they thought it'd be 4 days. It's now over a week. Remember in the Iraq War I, Iraq War II, there was all these videos the Americans were putting out going, look what we're doing here, when they were killing people in boats in Venezuela. When they were killing recently, they were so proud to show them killing people in boats around Venezuela. Where's all the videos now? Why aren't we seeing all this? They have totally underestimated Iran. Now, I am no fan of the Iran regime whatsoever. I'm a realist. And they have made the gravest mistake ever. Iran will never, ever surrender because they see what happens in Libya. They see what happens in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. It means ICE is going in there.
Why is it wrong to support Iran? There's so many of us who support the Ayatollah. We believed in him. We believed in his views.
You are supportive then of the Iranian regime?
Of course I am, and most people are.
Right.
Most Iranians are.
When you say,
If you look at social media, you'll see hundreds of thousands of people in support.
You're going to have to let me speak now.
Okay.
When you say you are supportive of the Iranian regime, does that support also include the funding of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the terror groups, as prescribed in this country, the plots that have been foiled, thankfully 20 of them in this country, sponsored by Iran, a man who has described, in Khamenei, a man who has described the Holocaust as not real? Do you support that too?
Well, if there's nobody to stand for the Palestinians, who is standing up for the Muslims?
You think Hamas do a good job in standing up for Muslims? Do you think the Iranians, you think the Iranian regime, who have killed, arguably killed more Muslims in Iran than anybody else ever, you think they are?
They killed more Muslims.
They've murdered thousands of their own citizens in protests. You support that? Just be really clear about it. No. You support that?
Fighting. Yes, I do.
That's all we need to know.
The Iranian government have killed more than 1 million of its own citizens over the last 40 years. I mean, whatever you think of Netanyahu, he hasn't done that.
He's done probably much worse than that.
What could be worse than that?
Weapons of mass destruction. He's the one that's been coming out for this for 30, 40 years now. He keeps going on about it. He's the one that started the Gulf, the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War. Yes.
What are you talking about?
Look at your history, Ian.
How did he start the first Gulf War? He wasn't even in power.
He wasn't. All you do is support him. You've been supporting a war criminal all the time.
But Netanyahu wasn't. I'm not even sure he was in the Israeli parliament in 1990.
Netanyahu has been wrong all the time. He's wrong on this.
But how can he have caused the first Gulf War when it was Saddam Hussein who invaded Kuwait that caused it?
Then the Iranians altogether.
All right, I'm swapping it. Change of plans, everybody. You're seeing a dark screen right now, and the reason for why is because we're still stuck in the goddamn hotel lobby.
I can give him a little peeky peek.
And we're stuck in the goddamn hotel lobby because the Uber that I called chose to cancel the Uber. And then a new Uber that was stuck in traffic took its place. So we're still waiting. Hopefully we're gonna make it to the speech on time.
You think they'll start the event without you?
Yeah. Yeah. I hope. I have no idea what to expect now. I'm so tired. Ay. What a devastating predicament I've found myself in once again.
He does this every time.
I do it every time. We still pull it off though somehow, but he's pulling up. All right. Oh, I'm so stupid. Such a stupid. Okay. Yeah. Oh, right there.
A scared man. Patriot. I'll go on the other side. Ooh. It's cold and windy here, chat. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, we're gonna be like 8 minutes late.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oops. Is there a lot of traffic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does Chicago have a lot of traffic? I didn't know that.
No idea.
Chat, does Shy City have traffic? Do you have the light?
I do have the lights in the other backpack.
You want it?
Let's see. Let me see how it looks with the ISO cranked.
Before we...
Well, I don't want to show anyway, so... That should be more than enough light, but I don't want to show yet.
Okay. Is 90% suburban sprawl? Yes. Traffic. Is a major city gang? There's always traffic. I don't know. Some of the major cities have like traffic. Yeah, public transit. Chicago has public transit. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own 2 damn eyes. Chicago is some of the most congested traffic in the country, even worse than LA by density. I don't believe that. Worst traffic in the Midwest. Hasan just asked if a U.S. city has traffic. Chicago, Saturday traffic is horrible. Bro, you are the traffic. Okay, chill. That's hurtful for no reason. Don't know why you're speaking to me like that. Chicago is far worse than LA. New York, hour to go, 2 miles. I mean, it's Saturday night, Unc. What? Do people party in this city? Is that what it is? Are people partying?
Yeah, you trying to turn up?
You can show us now. It's fine.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make sure we get dropped off at the right place.
Yeah, I got it. I got it on the... I put the exact location on there.
Okay, even with the specific directions on what side do we drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, if not, we can direct them over there.
Yeah.
Let me put my phone somewhere safe.
Okay. Arrival setup. Are we filming it ourselves, or do they have a camera?
We're filming it ourselves.
Ah, that sucks.
Whoa.
Because it's so much better when they film
when
it.
They have an entire production.
That was incredible, dude. The way that they did that last time. Yeah, there's also a meet and greet afterwards as well. Man, you really do have no social life? Asking if there's traffic in Chicago, Illinois at 6 p.m. on a Saturday, law? What the hell does that have to do with social life, bro? What the heliante? What the heck?
You didn't like that one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a social life, and I don't like being called out like this, but also at the same time, so what? What does that have to do with my knowledge over Chicago traffic density? Huh? It's crazy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are currently on our way to Northwestern University in Chicago, Illinois, where I will be delivering a speech on God knows what. I am running on fumes right now. 2 hours of sleep, 3 hours of sleep. A little power nap on the plane too for another hour. So maybe a collective total of 4 hours of sleep. This is also coming off the heels of a wall-to-wall, multiple 10-hour streams monitoring the situation that's happening in Iran as the Israeli perverts are bombing Iran. So I'm already very fatigued from all of that. And also, predictably, I have not written a speech. I will be freestyling it once again. Another 20-minute speech that I will be freestyling. Maybe it'll be a little bit shorter than 20 minutes this time around, potentially, because I don't know if I got 20 minutes in me. But then followed after the 20-minute speech will be a Q&A with the students. Very excited for that proportion as well. But yeah, we'll be filming it. We'll be live and alive the entire time. And yeah, that's it. We're back in Shy City. I will not be saying the other word, the other way that Chicago is referred to as Chirac. But I do not entertain such ways of referencing Chicago as a native now. I'm basically as local as a deep dish pizza by this point. You know? You don't write your speeches because you can't read, right? Yes. I'm stupid, just like you. 960 SAT. Illiterate. Yeah, it's not Chirac no more, it's Charan. We don't need deep dish here, that's for the tourists. Northwestern is bogus. Not gonna lie, they own half the shore and don't pay taxes. You remember your SAT score? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember that shit either.
I don't know what my SAT score is. I was making a joke about gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. My close friend, my close and personal best friend, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom.
Who we will be having on the podcast soon.
Yeah, well, we don't know when. Wait, what the heck? Why is the internet pooping?
Backpack?
I don't know.
We got thing?
It's not, I can't tell if the backpack's deafening or not. I just can't see.
Oh, it's definitely
my Chatterina is not Chatterina. Can you check on yours?
Yeah.
Because it's not loading anything for me, so I have no idea if it's live or not.
Is it making you nervous?
A little bit.
Yeah, it's live.
Okay. It's not live on my phone for some reason. And I suspected it was because of the internet. But no, it's good now. Alright, never mind. I wish you visited Northwestern when I went there, HasanAbi. Sorry, I actually came to Northwestern right after you left on purpose. Like, I did that on purpose. I think the ACT in the military told me I could be turned into biofuel for the tanks. We don't need people in LA saying they live in Chicago. It was bad enough for people from Rockford shaking my head, shaking my head. As long as speaking to rich uni kids after speaking to billionaires and millionaires this week, my goat not beating the sold out allegations is Northwestern. I don't know anything about Northwestern's reputation.
Neither do I.
Tomorrow we'll be hanging out with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and the Jam Podcast boys as well. For those of you wondering. So there is that too. So yeah. Hope you updated iOS, Hasan. Why is that? You purposely also didn't trim up that beard just to annoy me? Yeah. Yeah. Chiatola. Northwestern is a very expensive private school considered pretty liberal and elite. Are we doing okay, buddy? There's this one chatter who's still talking about fucking goats. Amish people are more likely to fuck animals. Where is this? Why is the Amish catching a stray in the chat? This guy's been locked in since he saw the Jake Lang post. Holy shit, Iranian oil on fire. Ken Klippenstein clip. See this post on X, the Everything app? Yeah. The music playing in the car is kind of crazy.
Yeah, what were you saying? This is coming from so.
Yeah, this will certainly help. This will certainly help the Iranian people, of course. Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council. Netanyahu called Trump on Monday before the attack and tempted him into this war. Trump admitted it. I was tempted. That's the caliber of a president of a great country. Over $1 trillion lost in the stock market in the first 5 days. Then another trillion. American soldiers dying while they lie about the numbers. 5 killed, 6 killed. Then suddenly 20 more died in an accident. You want to say America first? This became Israel first, America last. They wanted to topple our government and failed. Break Iran apart, failed. Turn our people against us, failed. Now they hit empty buildings in a hysterical state. These are the last gasps. You assassinated Iran's leader. This is unprecedented. Our missile stockpiles are fully intact. The strikes will be continuous. We will not let them go. Yeah, interesting that Donald Trump was at first going, maybe we'll work with this Ali Larijani guy. And as soon as Trump said that, he came out and was like, actually, we are not going to stop until the Zionist entity is defeated. Like shortly after Trump said that. You know?
So do you know what the subject matter of the speech is?
No.
Does it have a topic, specific topic?
No, there isn't. It's whatever I wanted to be. And my decision was
Clavicular frame mogging and ASU frame.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm going to talk about. It's a big debate. Like, I initially was going to talk about, becoming anti-imperialist in the age of fascist global dominance by the petro-capitalist pedophilic cabal. But then I decided to talk about clavicular mogging everybody after getting frame mogged by the ASU frat leader, who rose up through the ranks very quickly, as a matter of fact. I'll also talk about whether or not he was an insert from a foreign spying operation, like if he's actually the spy in the streaming world. I'll be talking about Mr. Beast's latest streamer event that he put together and how I wasn't invited because he knew that I would frame mog everyone there, including Marlon. Obviously, I'll be talking about that. You know, basic stuff. The important stuff. Cover all the bases, that sort of thing, right? Clavicular Newsom interview soon. Honestly, Clavicular probably has an easier shot at getting that Newsom interview than I do. Because there's been a lot of evasive maneuvering, let's just say. What? Bro, talk about Elisa Liu's bad takes where she endorsed remigration and mass deportation.
What?
Are you on crack? She did not endorse remigration and mass deportation, you fucking idiot. You saw like a white supremacist account on Twitter and you believed it.
Elisa Liu, my queen.
Speaking of gruesome Gav, it's actually been quite interesting that his senior staff all did a meeting with Zionist groups yesterday, and they tried to find a good landing pad for how Gavin Newsom can basically upset both sides to the best of his ability by giving a wishy-washy substandard answer on Israel conducting a genocide with unlimited weapons and unlimited tax dollars from the United States of America and unlimited political cover from the United States of America. Very interesting. This, of course, comes 2 days after he said Israel is Israel's an apartheid state, which, of course, is the academic consensus, is the consensus among every single human rights group. It's what the International Court of Justice has declared, is what the ICC believes as well. Not that those things actually matter. It's what a coalition, I think it's like 87% of Holocaust and genocide scholars also believe in it. Believe is the correct assessment. And yet Josh Gottheimer is talking about how it's a lie and it's blood libel and it's anti-Semitism. HasanAbi, I went on a first date with this guy that kept talking about you, and I told him I was a big fan later. We were alone in his place. He revealed he hated you and was a Destiny fan. His entire YouTube history was Hasan hate videos. Very odd. Nice. Okay, well, you saved yourself.
Well, it didn't say that they didn't hit.
Yeah.
They did not confirm.
I don't know if you had sex or not, but... Bazen öyle görünüyor ki Hasan Piker Türk izleyicilerinin söylediklerini duysa bile umursamıyor. Onların tepkileri sanki uzaktan gelen birçok gürültüsü gibi arka planda kayboluyor. O ise hiçbir şey olmamış gibi yayına devam ediyor. Ne oldu? Ne diyor Türkler şimdi? Amerikalıları yeterince kızdırıyorum. Bir de Türkleri de mi kızdırıyoruz yani? Ay amına koyayım. Hasan harika gidiyorsun canım. What's the Asmongold Mystic thing? It's Mythical. Mythical is a talent agency co-created by Asmongold, and Asmongold has been a white supremacist reactionary for like the past 2 years now. Openly a white supremacist reactionary for the past 2 years. And finally, I guess there was a little bit of public pressure involving Asmongold and all these other organizations that he's a part of, so Mythic parted ways with Asmongold. Asmon cattle. Is Asmongold following Nikki Fuentes and voting Democrat? No. Zionist groups, really? Yes. Really. Twitter is blocking Center on Conscience and War's X account. That's not surprising. That's not even remotely surprising. I posted about their stuff yesterday. That is for conscientious objectors, and from what I understand, even if you are already forward deployed in like Kuwait or whatever, you can still actually, it's a little bit more difficult, but you can still apply to become a conscientious objector. You know, all you need to call is that phone number. You know, if you don't want to die for Israel. If you're down for that sort of thing, that's, you know, that's up to you, I guess.
Take a power nap, Unc.
I can't. Tel Aviv peanut.
I would recommend him get into cover. Quick. What is it raining over there? Yep, raining metal. Well, never seen anything like that. Yeah. The last there is, all right. From Iran.
Dude, they're calling him.
You're saying my goat's washed?
They're calling him Israel's best talent. That's what they're calling him. I don't know.
You're saying my goat peanut's washed.
Your goat peanut is washed. You're a 30-year-old adult watching the burnt peanut. Kind of feels like you just admitted that you're a 30-year-old adult watching a peanut avatar.
He's VR chatter of the year.
Go Goober Bucks or whatever the fuck he says. I don't know. He's just like, it's like peak faillennial humor.
Yeah.
it's the most co-worker content I've ever seen in my entire life. Look, the cattle gotta watch something, you know what I mean? As the world is literally burning all around us, the cattle have to keep themselves preoccupied with something.
I put on the peanut to keep the horrors away.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. I love it when he's bobbing his head. It's very, very funny. I love it.
It's cocoa melon for adults.
It is cocoa melon. You're right. It is cocoa melon. It's like, yeah, after a long day of being a cop, come home, I used to beat my wife, but now I just watch burnt peanut instead, which is objectively good for the world, you know, when you think about it. Can someone link me the info for how to apply for conscientious objector? I'd like to forward this to my friends and family in the military so they don't have to die for some bullshit. It's on my Twitter account. Don't forget singing bass fish. There's also other peanuts that have formed as well. Apparently, there's like Dr. Chudmaxer or something. There's like a guy called like Dr. Chud.
I don't want to know about that.
Yeah, it's really funny because they like, there's a video that went super viral because they like doxed him while he was playing Fortnite. Yeah, there's a peanut gallery. I saw Grimmy explaining why she thinks Mythic is skimming money from their talent contracts, but I didn't know they were associated with Asmongold. We can't withstand a war with the bungalators. Stop the bungalators.
I don't need to know more guys, man.
The bungalators. I love the bungalators, man. I do. I'm happy that they're happy.
Yeah.
Keep them preoccupied. Dr. Witnesser is the new Sheriff Peanut. Dr. Witnesser?
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's like some Christian Fortnite player, isn't he?
I'm too tired, man.
The latest plan is to try seizing the big Iranian oil terminal, Qasem Island, literally trying to plan a D-Day in half a week with 1/10 the logistical support they would need versus 40 years of Iranian planning. I mean, that's, I think they're sending the sheep to slaughter. I think that's what's going on. They want to create a very unsustainable environment in the Gulf. You missed Nazi Gold's best take yet? We just let him hit our bases because it's cheap to rebuild. Nazi Cope. Asmon Cope. Yeah, it's actually based when I see a $1 billion radar system that will never be rebuilt get destroyed by a $10,000 lawnmower with a fucking propeller on it. Yeah. Here comes the lawnmower grenade. Yeah, this is what I voted for. Yeah. That's right. I voted for going to war, having American troops die at the behest of Israel against a country that would harbor no resentment towards us if we hadn't interfered in their politics since 1953, who is designed, at least for the last 50 years, its entire military apparatus off of destroying a key logistical hub in the supply chain that will now completely disrupt global energy production, possible agricultural production as well, driving up costs. That's what I voted for. I voted for Trump for that reason. I was like, yes, I want my president to protect pedophiles, and I want my president to go wage war with Iran so that Israel can feel safe as it engages in its expansionist goals. That is America first, after all.
Remember what you're fighting for.
Yeah. Yeah. Based. It's a tough sell, man, but honestly, it's a tough sell if you have like 3 working brain cells, but this past week has shown me that Republicans don't have 3 working brain cells. They don't even have 1. They're just going about their day. Like tomorrow when the market's open and the gas prices keep going up and up, they're gonna be like, oh, I don't know what happened. Joe Biden, why'd you do this, Brandon? You fucking asshole, you know? It's great. Straight cattle. I watched your conversation with Asmongold about Palestine last year. Why do you sound so woke compared to... That was when he was trying to cover his ass. Because he was about to get banned. Big bomb hit Israel. How much you want to bet this is AI? Let's see. Oh. It's fucking... Eugenio Suarez crushes one. World Baseball Classic. Yeah, I don't really like that there's like Israel is allowed to participate in international sporting events while they're literally creating World War III. I feel like that's not great. Yair Lapid 4 hours ago comes out. Everyone's favorite opposition figure in Israel. If you're wondering what the opposition is up to. Yeah, the Israeli left. Not really. Israel must destroy all of Iran's oil fields and energy industry on Karg Island. That is what will cripple Iran's economy and topple the regime. This war must end when the regime in Iran has fallen. The nuclear facilities have been destroyed. All of the ballistic missile industry has been destroyed. And Hezbollah has been destroyed in Lebanon. That's my opposition leader right there, man. I love democracy in Israel, and the most moral nation on the planet. I love that. Isn't that great?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Where was it? We're gonna get dropped off on
the north side.
Okay.
Well,
right.
That's where we need to be.
Yeah. You should read out the Israeli left position with an accent at Northwestern. No. What was I gonna look at? Oh. Where the heck is my... Dude, I have to pee so bad.
Gonna have to hold it, King.
True to Parsi says, I have for years argued and written that Israel would never be content with just replacing the regime. That it always was seeking to destroy the Iranian state and much of the country to diminish Iran's ability to challenge Israel's goal of domination. But the hatred of the regime blinded many Iranians. I mean, the thing is, like, we're being I know it's easy dunks on the Iranian diaspora, but like their point is utterly irrelevant, right? Like it doesn't matter if they're fucking for or against American and Israeli intervention. It was going to happen regardless. I mean, it's okay to dunk on them, don't get me wrong. They did celebrate this. They were being fucking pretty heinous on the timeline. And there are still many who have been duped by that sort of thing because Americans are the biggest suckers around, right? Having said that, a sober assessment of the situation that's unfolded would require you to come to the conclusion that this was going to happen, whether there was 100% of the diaspora that was in opposition to military intervention or 50% of the diaspora was in opposition to the military intervention. It doesn't really matter at all. As a matter of fact, it's in the hands of the real population that matters. Israel. I mean, how can you see it as anything but that, considering that the only group of people on the planet that is supportive of this is the MAGA cattle in the United States of America by 84%, and the spiritually MAGA nation state of Israel is around the same, 86%, I believe, is the current approval rating of striking Iran. The Iranian strikes are very, very popular in the state. So I love when people go, well, Israel's a democracy. And it's like, okay, well, they're democratically fucking assholes. They've democratically organized around the principles of fascism. Who gives a shit? Can you visit Pritzker while you're here and tell him to convince the to keep the Bears in Chicago? Sure. Unfortunately, it's quite popular with Iran too, at least amongst my family still in the country. Yeah, your family is in the minority, chatter. Did Hasan get the hotel on the opposite side of the city from the university? Yes, I did that to piss you off. It's because I hate you personally. Real. The chatter said, I've Instagram DM'd you my brother's handle. He can show you around. He's shown NFL players around West Loop where the party's at. I'm 34 years old.
He's about to respond right now.
How's the peeing situation?
Check DMs.
The peeing situation is very bad. Sir, we're gonna get out on the north side of the building.
North side? Yeah, so you just go a little further and make it a right.
Yeah.
On Tech Drive. So it's your next right. No. Yeah, you just keep going up to that light and turn right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it will be...
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, right there, and then we're going to the...
And you can just turn right on that street and then keep going, you'll see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, right here. You turn it right here.
And then just go down. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Keep going all the way in. Okay. And then go all the way to the back. I think there's like 2 people there, yeah.
Yeah, it's those guys right there. Okay, chat. I'm hiding you.
Yeah, yep.
Yep, this is it.
This is
right here.
Right here. Yeah, right here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
Have a great night.
Good night.
What's going on, guys? Hello.
Hi, hello. I'm March.
For the heads up.
Of course.
Yep.
Hi.
I think on the stream, you actually have to go to the bathroom. Going to do that first. Or...
Yeah, I have to go to the bathroom first, for sure.
probably super blown. That's very true. You'll go.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, he's just gonna go pee without me. What's up, guys? This camera's still hot, by the way. Just a heads up. Yeah, where's the room?
It's literally right in that.
Yeah, I'll go in.
Okay, I'll take March in so you can set up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm at the green room.
Oh.
If there is one.
There is, but now it's like 6:40, so.
Okay, so I'll wait with Hasan then.
Okay. No, there's no one in there yet.
Oh.
The students aren't in.
No, I know, but when he comes out, I want him to be on stream still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I can hand him the camera, and you can show me where I'm going to set up, and then I'll do the swap as quickly as possible.
We haven't let any students in until you get set up.
Okay, great.
So it is the same auditorium he's going to be talking in, but
Great.
still.
Sounds good. How you guys doing? Good, good. Actually very tired, but good overall.
How was your guys' flight?
It was alright. It was just really early. He was so confused by that. Sorry, chat. Blame Hasan. He's taking his sweet ass time in there. It's got a heavy stream today. Okay. I'll talk to you guys though. Are we even effing? Let's see.
Okay.
Oh no, we're good. We're not effing. Let's go.
How big is the area?
It's fairly big. It's 500 students. Now, Mark.
Yes.
Hi, guys.
You have a couple places that you can either try out the balcony or you can take whatever seats you want. I think we did reserve that center area.
Yeah, that center area I think would be fine. Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Up to you.
Yeah, we're live already.
Yes.
We're live right now. We're streaming.
Got that chair for you. We have a few other ones, but we figured taller, so.
Okay. I can sit there. And then the Q&A portion, I just do like, I just deliver a speech, and then the Q&A portion is just like students asking questions?
Yeah, so we're going to have a line, and we're just going to have students come up.
Cool.
Ask you the question, then go on.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, do we have
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go check them out.
I'll switch to the lobs, and then you just get a straight shot from the middle.
Okay.
I have the long lens on here too, so
Yeah.
should be fine.
I'll have one lav, and then the other lav will be the student microphone lav.
And boy, they're gonna have a mic that plays in the whole room, so the lob should be able to pick up what they're saying. And if not, then I'll fix it in the moment.
Is that one on?
Oh, we have to turn it on. It should work.
You want me to turn it on here as well?
Yes.
I did. Just now.
Yeah, this one works.
Yeah, that one works.
I'll turn it on. It only has 2 bars though.
This one
Okay, chat. Chat, I'm actually gonna swap your mic right now too.
Okay. Do you want me to turn it off for now though? Because I'm gonna be in the green room, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, just kidding. We are going to the green room.
Flip it on and just keep it on.
Okay, wait, how many bars?
That was 4.
I think we're gonna get the photo.
Yeah, it has 4, yeah.
Hey, I'm Mark. I'm the other president.
Nice to meet you.
We're gonna do a photo with our exec board in a second. Whenever are you good with the mic?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll just put it on after.
Do you guys want to come up and we could do it up here? Cool.
Give me the bag. I'm gonna do a mic swap.
Okay. Or just do that.
Damn, y'all just jumped over.
All right, chat. I'm jumping down. Oh, that is a heavy fall. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not about to eat shit on camera.
You want that? Who's a good scrap? I mean, I brought a digital camera too.
All right, Chad, I'm changing microphones from the shotgun microphone to a lav mic that's going to be on Hasan, so pardon the audio interruptions. Y'all been here before, though. You guys are cool with that. You guys know how we do this. I'll let you see what he's doing.
Let's go back.
All right, chat, muting you for a bit.
Good?
You should be good.
Can you guys hear me? I can hear.
Yeah, they can.
Okay. Bro, they do not have energy drinks here at all. That is, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so tired. No, just here.
Put our stuff over here? Okay.
Yeah. Just right here.
Sorry.
People gonna be coming back.
Sure. Wherever you think it's safe.
It's pretty funny that this is like.
Okay, I'm gonna set it up, I guess. Or just eyeball it.
No, just wait here for a little bit while they. Just stay here for now, because then otherwise it's like boring. You're just like waiting for the crowd, you know?
Oh, I know.
I'm healed. The school. Somebody make a run for student store and get my man's a monster? No. What?
I'll say I'll actually I want to go there and close on this.
No, it's fine. I don't care.
Please fill all the front seats that don't have paper on them. Please come as far to the front as you can that don't have paper on them. Thank you.
So what? Well, they were, and then they just started. Whatever. It's all good. People sitting down.
Crushing a regular sized water. Take a nap before the speech? Yeah, I'm gonna take a nap right now. What are you laughing about?
Nothing easy. Here, let's go over here.
Why?
You don't want to spoil it for them. You don't want to reveal yourself too early.
Yeah, they're gonna see me and be like, that's what he looks like? I'm out. That's what he looks like in person? Gross. No, no green room. No green room on my rider. They'll be hearing about from my manager about this. Tisk tisk.
Yeah, we're monitoring audio and watching the whole time.
Yeah.
How you feeling, champ?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling very tired. So, actually, I'm lying. I don't know why I'm lying. I'm not feeling good at all. I'm feeling insanely tired. But I think we'll be okay. No green rooms in the Midwest. Check your damn zipper. What? It is zipped up. What do you want? What? Did you zoom in?
This is an interactive broadcast, okay? Did you tell them about how the lady at TSA almost just left your Zintin on the floor?
Oh my God, I forgot about that. No, I told him the TSA story about the guy who was like, why are you not, I'm surprised you don't do TSA pre-check. And I was like, the government took it from me. And he was like, well, the government took my salary away. They fucking owned me. Yeah, they were, the lady at the TSA was like going through my stuff and it was just like moving it around, shuffling it around a little bit. And then something flew out of my pocket and I didn't know what it was, but I was like, hey, can you, like,
something fell.
Something fell. And she was like, okay. And she just didn't do anything. She like looked down a little bit and couldn't, like, didn't even like attempt to. I was like, well, can you get, I don't know what it is. Like, it could be my wallet. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, can you please? And it turns out it was my Zintin.
She was gonna leave it on the floor.
Yeah, that would have been devastating. I would have been devastated. Take a 1 minute nap before your speech.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dude is doing 20. Dude's doing a 20-minute speech with 2 hours of sleep. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
How does my hair look? That's probably not looking great either.
I think it was good.
It's fine. I don't love it, but what are you gonna do? Yeah. I'm just gonna do my regular stream commentary. I've decided.
Did you need an energy drink?
Oh, you guys have?
You just texted and said you needed an energy drink.
Oh, is there any?
There's one like right around the corner. I can go grab it.
Oh, dude, yes. I'm on 2 hours of sleep right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything, any sugar-free energy drink is good.
White Monster?
Yeah, I love Monster.
Wow, White Monster.
White Monster.
We are in the crowd waiting for you, twin.
Hold this real quick.
Whoa.
I'm just gonna grab the shotgun mic and have it on my person as a fail-safe. In the event things, you know.
Monsters BDS? No, it's not. Why do you guys always do that fake shit? And then I say that's not the case, and then you literally get into a debate, and then you like find some random. You find some like random list from like, I don't know, British Maoist contingency Palestinian BDS list, and I'm like, this is not the Palestinian national BDS list at all, and then we argue over it. Coke owns Monster, you fool. It owns 10% of it. Okay, I will spill out 10% of it at the end of it. You will do 20 minutes of live, okay, buddy? That's what I'm gonna do. There's someone in the crowd watching the stream. There's a lot of people watching in the crowd, I think. Don't irritate the boss before he's got a slay. Monster will fuck your stomach up. Crawl will just be looking at their phones watching. That's like peak. That's peak Gen Alpha, peak Zoomer. Instead of looking up, watching the stream on their phones. On mute. That's how Zoomers react to the world, really. No fly zone, check your zipper. Why do they keep saying that?
Don't listen to all those comments in chat. Don't listen to what everybody's been saying. You're gonna do great.
I might shock the world tonight. Okay? And by that I mean I might become the first ever. Oh hell yeah! Thank you so much. I might become the first ever speaker that's ever fallen asleep mid-speech, like a narcoleptic attack.
You have to pour out 10%.
Yeah, I'll give. Yeah. Yeah.
There it is. That you
There you go, man.
And then do a minute acknowledgement real quick.
What was the stolen land here in Chicago? I only know Tongva Nation. Lock in, you got this. You know, I'm thinking I don't got this. Rose right, thank you for the gifted.
I love how you're just an earshot of the people who put this on. They're like,
yeah.
We make a horrible mistake.
Dude, the funniest was at UBC when they were literally like, this is a very professional event. At least this is like student run, organized. Like that one was like auditorium, adults were watching, they had like a whole full spectrum coverage.
The news was there.
Yeah, the news, Canadian broadcasting was there. So like that when I just kept telling the head of the department that is like responsible for this organization, that's responsible for this entire thing that they're doing, with speakers that range from, I forget who it was, but it was like a New York Times columnist and Rachel Maddow, and then me. When I just kept saying, I didn't prepare. I'm not ready for this at all. They were like, I could see her legitimately white knuckling through it like, what the fuck? What are you looking for?
Let me get a hit, dog.
Yeah. Get a little taste.
Escaping 100 years of the century of American domination. Where's the white monster?
You weren't getting invited again, little bro? You should have traveled yesterday. Oh my God, why didn't I think of that, dude? Oh, that's right, because the entire world is collapsing all around us, okay? And I have to do full spectrum coverage.
You should start doing meth.
That's true, I should be meth maxing, kind of like my boy Clavicular. My goat Clavicular, he meth maxes. And he also stays low cortisol because he likes to balance it out with beta blockers. Top of the hour, to remind you, top of the hour every hour, ladies and gentlemen. Please subscribe. If you want me not to fail, subscribe now, which you can do for free. To the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, or with a $6 a month subscription, or you can gift subs. Unfortunately, there's no soundboard that I can hit, but if 1,000 people subscribe right now, I'll hit a fa in the middle of the speech. How about that?
Please don't do that.
I know one of those kids got coke on him.
Oh, definitely.
Get those gifted subs rolling. Damn, they're coming in.
There you go, King. That helped? Did that scratch the itch a little bit?
Yeah, I haven't hit it all day. I don't have my soundboard with me. I feel naked.
You don't have your emotional support soundboard?
I need it.
You have the kid from Bob's Burgers.
Kid from Bob's Burgers?
Yeah.
No.
With you as the kid from Bob's Burgers with the soundboard. Chat, somebody has to have that. Please, somebody send that to him.
Not the white monster, bro. This is sustenance. This is life, dude. It's Agartha memes are real. I'm ready for the world down under.
So I never introduced myself formally. I'm Ethan. I'm the person who's been in contact with David and everybody.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I was just wondering if I could take a picture with both you and March.
Yeah, of course.
I've been watching for like 6 years.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That's so. What were you like 13 when you started watching?
15 and I'm 21 now.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Chat, say. Chat, you were in that.
Yeah, no, I mean, shout out Chad Weiss and stuff.
Hell yeah. I hope that was helpful.
I got my girlfriend out there right now.
So damn, stud. How many haters do you think will be in the crowd?
A lot less than you would think.
Really?
Actually, I saw like one of like my friends who also watches. He was like at the gym with some guys who don't really know much about you, but they're coming because they like you and Nick Fuentes. And they wish you guys could like team. Apparently they think that you guys would get along and that you would.
We would not.
So,
I don't think.
We have a lot of people who are into just like social media and that type of thing. So they just.
Oh, so no like Israel counter demonstrators?
We have a few people, but they're less bold now.
And when I did UBC, we did this massive event. I don't know if you saw. And apparently, like first the CIJA, it's like the Canadian APAC.
Was that they try to get you?
Yeah, they try to get me banned from entering the country. They failed on that, so they did like a counter event for like 20 people, and then some, like it was like the Canadian version of Jewish Insider wrote an article about it being like two battling, one campus, two battling narratives. Like they brought in dangerous anti-Semite Hasan Piker to campus. Like they gotta hand it to them. They don't give up on this guy's an anti-Semite narrative.
Well, I mean, we approach it from if they want to come ask you the question, right? They can. So I feel like if they have any disagreements, they're gonna come open valid. And you have no restriction on what you can say either. So unless like they start being disrespectful or whatever.
Yeah.
How far out are we from?
We're expecting at 7:10 that we would start the speech. So we have like a few minutes, but
I mean, it's fine. I just wanted to get an idea of when I should run out there.
we're kind of just keeping an eye on. If you want to see how many people, we still haven't filled the balcony. Started filling the balcony. We're almost done with the first level, but because we're scanning everyone's student IDs. So I think that's.
There's like 10 people out there, bro. You got no motion.
Yeah. It's over, chat.
There's no one there.
Oh yeah, the soundboard's in addition.
Thank you. See, this is why I do it. It's for
I feel
Ethan.
like I'm the target demographic.
Exactly. All the unks in the chat, they're like, meh. I don't like it. No, they all love it now too. Actually, they all spam FAW every time.
They'd come around.
Yeah, especially I deleted TikTok and like Instagram.
Nice.
I'm trying to get off social media, so that's like my fill of edit type stuff. That's the only
That's
time
that's the brain rot you get.
Yeah, that's like
his soundboard.
my daily dose of brain rot is through the soundboard.
That's crazy. Why? So you deleted TikTok and Twitter?
Yeah, Twitter and Instagram.
Well, Twitter makes sense, but TikTok is crazy. Well, I guess TikTok sucks now, actually.
Yeah,
It literally has like dramatically altered my For You page.
Oh, I remember the first day after the sale, it literally was showing me videos I already liked from like 2 months ago.
Yeah, or it was showing me like Charlie Kirk memorial videos that had like 10 likes. I was like, there's no shot that there is.
Yeah, of course. Okay. You're going to be, you have a seat.
Yeah. I already have a spot that I'm going to go to.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep it here for as long as we can until the room fills up, like right before you guys start, so there's no downtime.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. About like a minute or two before, I'll run out there and just prop up. But your mic will still be hot and everything.
Yeah. I still think it's garbage and don't like it, but I've had to deal with it. That's a crackhead right there.
Oh, here's the Boss Burgers Eugene meme. Thank you, Chatter. Well,
Marsh, if you need anything, just give me a text or call. Okay. I'll be back.
Oh.
Well, it's kind of too bright, but yeah, they've all seen this.
It's funny.
It's the original.
Okay, well, you guys might not like it, but this is what peak performance is all about, all right? I'm hitting the fuzz. Down under. I really hope that Monster saves me a little bit. Because if
it'll get you to the hard part.
Yeah.
Then you have to go back to the hotel and do another 3-4 hours of news coverage, right?
I would rather put myself in a trebuchet and launch myself directly in the vicinity of the nearest spiked rails and die. Caffeine take an hour to kick in. Keck, wait. Well, okay, then it's the Red Bull that's kicking in right now.
That's also just not true.
Yeah, I don't think so. Cook Bro is not going to be Lennon today. Monster'ları içtikten sonra yayınlarda girdiği gibi geğirme konuşurken. Turkish Shatter says, "You son of a bitch, you better not burp like you always do after you drink that Monster energy drink while you're delivering the speech." I thought about that. Imagine I just burp around. That's when we know if the entire audience is just HasanAbi heads or not, because they'll be like, they're used to it. Chatter clocked you so bad? Yeah. At least I'm not stressed. I'm too tired to be stressed. Still chopped? Still chunk?
Yeah, still chunk. There's no one out there.
I heard the weave gets stronger every tired and delirious.
True.
Hasan, you should check out the Mexican Museum with March and show him his roots. March is Asian.
Yes.
So I don't know what the frick you're on about.
Also, why is there a Mexican museum in Chicago?
Chicago? Chicano. That's where it comes from. Little known fact. There's a large Mexican community up there. I found out that there's just Mexicans everywhere.
Yeah, we made it everywhere.
What do you mean we?
They made it everywhere.
Yeah. Chicago has one of the largest Mexican populations in the United States. Shit ton of Mexicans in Chicago. What the fuck do you know? That just doesn't make sense. Because Chicago is such a, like a spiritually Polish part of the country. And it doesn't fit in my theory of the closer you are to the Southwest, the more Mexican you are. And the closer you are to the Northeast, the more Italian you are. Chicago somewhere in between would be the Polish. So, because it doesn't fit my theory, I'm gonna respectfully tell you that there aren't any Mexicans in Chicago.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Most per capita out of a big city besides LA? Huge Mexican pop, you mega dumbass. Okay, why are people getting mad at me? I'm fucking around. I'm not being serious. Also, there's one Mexican from Chicago. His name is Nick Fuentes, so that's the only Mexican I know from Chicago. Chicago's the birthplace. All right, we're good? All right, you get it down there.
Should we do the lights? The canvassers from Canada with all this team to show.
Yeah, we had to tell. Well, they also lied to us.
Yeah, they try to lie and say they're students, but they're like 40 or 50 years old.
What were they doing here?
I don't know. They were like showed up with like pins and flyers.
I think they wanted to hand out flyers, but they said they're invited in, which wasn't true. They said that they were students, which wasn't
Then
true.
he's trying to say he had a wild card. He showed like a different universities.
That's crazy.
Which one is which lights? It's the third to bottom. Okay. Excuse me, sorry. All right, good to go. All right, you ready?
Damn, everybody got quiet real quick. Nice.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. My name is Clark. I'm co-president of the Political Union. Here's Mark, who's also co-president. This is Ethan. He's an organizer for tonight's event. Thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you to the support staff for setting up this speaker event. And thank you to all for coming to tonight's event.
Yeah, so I'm just going to talk a little more about the political union. So we're Northwestern is only nonpartisan political forum on campus. We meet every Monday at 7 p.m. at Softball 201 to discuss relevant political topics at the time. And we also do events like this one. So if you're interested, we'll be sending out our lister or just come to Softball 201 on Monday at 7 p.m.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, HasanAbi.
Hello? Okay. Sorry, this is, I'm running on fumes here. I apologize. I just got in from Los Angeles earlier in the day, and I have like 2 hours of sleep. So I basically just slammed a White Monster energy drink. So that's the only thing that's giving me life currently. All right. Okay. Very professional. How's everybody doing tonight? The world is on fire. I've had a very busy week, and because of that, predictably, I failed to write a speech before I got here. When I was first told that I was going to be speaking in Northwestern, I was like, all right, you know what? I did UBC like a couple weeks ago. I went out there, no preparation whatsoever, and I thought to myself, you know, I'm going to fail on that speech, but this time in Northwestern, I'm going to deliver a really nice one that I wrote ahead of time. And then, of course, America and Israel decided to bomb Iran and nuke the global energy market, which caused me to, unfortunately, focus all of my efforts on, doing round-the-clock coverage on that. So, sincere apologies ahead of time, but, you can cook me on the Q&A portion of this entire event in a little bit. But one of the things I've been thinking about quite a bit as of late is the idea of revolutionary optimism at a time when things seem so devastating. People's material conditions are collapsing. Many of you are going to graduate into a horrifying job market. I apologize for reminding you. And the future seems not so bright for many Americans. Many Americans from all different backgrounds and all different ages. I feel like long gone are the days of American prosperity, and the trajectory that we're headed down is complete collapse of the liberal New World Order that was designed in the aftermath of World War II. And fascism is making a big-time comeback, both here in the United States of America and certainly in a lot of Western liberal capitalist democracies. You got the rise of the AfD, you got the Reform Party, which apparently wasn't even racist enough for Elon Musk, so he went and created another one. I think it's like Defend Britain or something. And the right around the globe is taking advantage of the instability, constantly focusing people's angst, their animosity, their anger, as a direct consequence of the diminishing material quality of people's existence, and reorienting that anger back to migrants, trans people, numerous other vulnerable targets that rarely ever get defended, both in mainstream media and in just in general in politics. And unfortunately, there is not a real alternative on the liberal front. Many of the ruling parties all around in both parliamentary democracies and here in the United States of America have fallen short of what is a necessary response to combat the growth of fascism. American imperialism is dominating the planet with the Donroe Doctrine in Latin America and all of the events that are unfolding in Iran right now in the MENA region. It seems like the future is not so great. And in spite of all of that, I do think that this is an opportunity that is very unique. I've gone all around the country. I've been around the world. I go and attend these protests that are taking place everywhere. And one thing that I see from all the people that I talk to, from different backgrounds, people your age, all the way to people who are like 60 years old, 70 years old, there is this real palpable anger. They want change. They don't know how to communicate it effectively because the alternative of socialism has basically been destroyed in many of these Western countries. But I think it is this now more than ever, I truly believe that there is a really unique opportunity to organize and to show people that we do have that power. And I fear that if we don't do that, if we don't seize on this opportunity, come the midterm elections in the United States, and you see this with the Green Party rising in the UK as well, if we don't organize against fascism, I feel like we're going to succumb to fascism. And in spite of everything that's horrible, the unique opportunity for organizing presents itself, and there have been some moments of success. The election of Zoran Mamdani. Does everybody like Zoran Mamdani in here? I had to get a cheap applause break there because the election of Zoran Mamdani and all of the successful initiatives of pushing back against Trump's authoritarian rulership here in the United States of America, from Minneapolis, Minnesota to all around, the pushback that the public, sorry, you want to, yeah, you can give yourself applause here if you want. I don't know, you guys are in Chicago, but I mean, it happened in Chicago too. But the people are rising up. They're pushing back against the government. They're coming to terms with the reality that if no one's coming to save us, we will save us. And there have been some successes in spite of all of the horrible excesses that we have seen. And I urge all of you in this moment to hold on to those glimmers of hope, to those pockets of hope, no matter where they might be, and keep pushing forward, because in the absence of people like yourselves, open-minded people, like-minded people, organizing, demonstrating solidarity, protecting people in your communities, we're not going to make it. But that's basically what I'm here to talk to you about today. And on that note, we can get to the Q&A portion of this. Thank you so much.
So we'll have 2 lines for questions, 1 in each aisle. So whoever wants to ask a question, just walk up to me at Clark.
Do I choose or do you guys choose? Okay, I can't hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I wanted to start us off with a lighthearted question. I know you're a Zinner. Do you prefer the Swedish Zins or the American Zins?
Oh, American all the way. American Zins all the way. I've tasted the Swedish ones. I feel like it just doesn't taste as good. I don't know what they put in the American ones. Maybe it's probably the chemicals. I'm a big fan of that. I'm like the anti-RFK Jr., where I love chemicals. Give me more chemicals. Thank you. Go chemicals.
All right, what's up? My name is Zach. Thank you for being here. My question was a little bit more serious. So, at Northwestern, you may or may not know, there's a big Jewish population. I myself have a lot of friends that are Jewish, that have been to Israel, and that's important for them. I was wondering, like, how would you recommend I approach having conversations with my Jewish friends, or like posting on social media, without like breaking off the friendship, but also not sugarcoating a genocide?
Okay. I mean, the states are totally separate from the people, right? I mean, we have a lot of disagreements with the MAGA movement here in America. I mean, they're basically cattle. And yet, you know, you can have reasonable disagreements with your loved ones over, you know, how much they love Donald Trump, no matter how much he keeps fucking shit up. Sorry for cursing. It's similar to Israel as well. It's the same conversation when it comes to Israel. It's a nation state that is entirely dependent on American tax dollars to commit untold amounts of atrocities, and atrocities that range beyond the post-October 7th genocide that Israel has been committing. I mean, this is an apartheid state that is universally considered an apartheid state by 87% of Holocaust scholars. and academics, genocide scholars, and virtually every human rights organization. I think regardless of the programming, regardless of the social conditioning, I think you shouldn't give up on your friends and try to have normal conversations with them about how they probably don't care about Israel as much as they think they do. Because if they did, they'd probably live there. Like, that's just the truth. Because the reality is, like, I have friends who used to be Zionists who are anti-Zionist now, and I have a lot of people in my community that used to be Zionists and are no longer Zionists. And one of the things that, at least I found success in communicating is, like, you think you love this country. It's an important part of your upbringing. It's an incredibly important part of, like, community building amongst young American Jews in general. But the reality of the matter is the state actually incentivizes people. Like, the Israeli state wants people to go and live there, right? That's a big part of what birthright is. And yet many people still choose to live in Beverly Hills and Sherman Oaks and Boca Raton and New York. That's because you're American. You're an American citizen and you love living here. So I don't know. I feel like stressing that aspect of it is probably one of the more successful ways that you can have this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it on, Hasan. I got two questions, one longer one and one short one. Recently, I saw a creator that I like make a pretty harsh but convincing argument about media consumption. She claimed that a lot of political content, I'm thinking, well, including commentary on like movies, shows, and other mass media, including like Avatar or Parasite, function mostly as emotional catharsis rather than producing actual material change. As someone who works partially in that ecosystem, what do you think about the line between political media that mobilizes people versus media that just pacifies them? And what are some concrete ways that folks here can convert media consumption into meaningful political action?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's correct. I think media is just media. If you're enjoying, it's normal to enjoy movies, and it's fine to enjoy movies and listen to music. I mean, I don't really listen to music, but that's my fault and failure. But as far as media being used as a tool for activism, I would say that movies can actually change people's perspectives quite a bit. They can be quite impactful. However, it's just one of the many different parts of this puzzle. Like engaging in broad awareness initiatives through your art is a wonderful thing, but it's not the whole game, right? I feel like systemic change requires people firing off on all cylinders and working every single day tirelessly to make that change. And you can play that role with the art that you're creating. But at the end of the day, it is still for entertainment. But that's still a good thing. I mean, it's a part of experiencing joy, right? I don't know what else to say about it. To claim that it's like creating catharsis, or to claim that it's just like unproductive or making people forcing people to shift away from activism is also incorrect.
One last one. As a Mr. Progressive Mind in a MAGA body, are you willing to silence the haters and show the world that the M in Marxist stands for muscle? If by that means, pull up to our school gym after this. What's that? It'll be good agriculture. We'll show you how
If I went to the gym after this, I would die, I think.
You just turned a true believer. You just lost one.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go massage now. Sorry.
Next time.
Hi, Hasan. I wanted to ask you about, well, I'll say this. So, you identify as a leftist. And I think in the United States, there's this tension between whether or not to keep doing Democratic Party entryism and to actually form a robust third leftist party. And I was wondering, really, at what point do you see yourself being part of the actual formation of a third alternative leftist party that has total financial independence from the Democratic Party? Because, I mean, frankly, at this point, it seems that continuing to work within the Democratic Party is not working, is ultimately going to fail. And actually, I mean, this has been theorized for at least 150 years that you cannot work within bourgeois parties for a true leftist movement to succeed. So at what point will you, do you think, start advocating for that to followers or large audience?
Yeah, it's a great question. And it's one that I've thought about quite a bit. It's one that I've answered also endlessly, but I'll do it again. What America lacks at this moment is class consciousness. And without class consciousness, you can't arrive at any sort of revolutionary organizing. It doesn't materialize out of thin air. In order to activate the masses, you have to go to where the masses are, and you have to speak the language that they can understand. And in our current two-party system, where we have two major parties, and one very ineffective, very weak or controlled opposition party, and one fascist party, given the time constraints that we have, I try to take advantage of the availability of the Democratic Party to communicate my message to as broad of an audience as possible. And I think we've seen some success with that. Bernie Sanders ran, although he's an independent, he ran as a Democrat in 2016, and I think that was a big part of the reason why the DSA started gaining a lot of momentum. Same with AOC. I think the Democratic Socialists of America got their largest amount of membership after AOC's victory, the underdog victory of AOC. And then once again with Zohran Mamdani, DSA reached 100,000 members. Now, DSA currently still also operates in a similar function, right? It still operates as an entryist party. It doesn't have its own real working, totally separate party. And that is partially because we still don't have the numbers. Approximately 40% of Democrats now self-identify as Democratic Socialists, but these things take time, right? And there is a lot of political education necessary for the masses to start really understanding what that means. Because right now, for a lot of people, when they say, oh, I'm a Democratic Socialist, I have a friend whose 65-year-old mom has started referring to herself as a Democratic Socialist, but she doesn't know what that means. You know, she just thinks like, oh, it's like a cool Democrat, like a different, younger Democrat. For many, it also just means social democracy. Obviously, it's something beyond that, right? It's we're supposed to be agitating and we're supposed to be changing the system, the economic organization of society away from capitalism to socialism. There's many different ways of doing it. But like I said, given that we live in the imperial core, given that we have no class consciousness after 100 years of the destructive force of devastating labor initiatives and through the Red Scare, completely removing the left alternative, the socialist alternative from American political consciousness, we still have a long way to go. Or at least that's what I see for the time being. But there will come a time when I think
And a few have popped off, kinda, but like I don't know how to. I kind of want to break into like Twitch streaming a bit, and I was wondering if you had advice on how to do that. Because in 2026, I feel like when you start Twitch streaming, there's like no one there.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
You just have, it's first of all, I would recommend you don't do that, but it's a lot of, it's brain rotting. It's a horrible experience. But if you're gonna do that, my recommendation is you keep clipping yourself like fake clips basically off of your Twitch stream and just hope that they go viral. And then the more that they go viral, the higher the likelihood that you'll have real organic viewership coming into the Twitch platform. Because the Twitch platform is horrible for discovery. You're not gonna be able to make it on Twitch alone. That just doesn't happen. Even if you were to start on the platform, you still have to collaborate with a lot of people, create a network, and maybe even like go on shows or whatever people do on the platform. I don't even do any of that anymore. So, and try to make a name for yourself that way. But like I said, discoverability is so ass on Twitch that you definitely should focus on TikTok and every other social media platform you can to funnel people back into your Twitch streams.
All right, thanks, Hasan.
No problem.
I really like how that other kid like upped the stakes to the Q&A by joining the Mossad after he didn't like your answering questions. So we'll see what I do after this. Just wondering, you have a wide set of political beliefs that you believe in, very ardently. I'm wondering, can you give like an overview of what you would say are the philosophical underpinnings of those beliefs, and like what those, let's say, first principles are grounded in?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I feel like you're going to join Mossad too after this. Empathy first. That's what it is. I want to improve people's material conditions. I want to live in a society where everyone can prosper. I feel like there is a lot of organic potential that gets lost all around the world, not as a consequence of some kind of like genetic setback or anything like that, but specifically as a consequence of what their spawn point is. And I want to improve that for everybody else by having by building more egalitarian society so we can truly advance. Avoidance of unnecessary conflict and a hope for a more prosperous future. Those are some of my first principles. As far as like my own personal ideology, I guess I'm a leftist because I see no reason to make a distinction between different ideological tendencies on the Marxist side or the anti-capitalist side, especially because most people don't even understand what that is. So my goal is to try to engage in agitation to the best of my ability so that people can go on their own journey and first and foremost recognize class consciousness, their class position.
Hi Hasan, thanks for coming out. This is super exciting. So I want to start with that I ethnically identify as half Iranian, half Pakistani, which is two groups that America has consistently undervalued, devalued the lives of, villainized. So something I've been grappling, and what I want to ask you is, how do you find belonging in a country that seems so intent on despising this what's inextricable about your identity?
It's a great question. So I think America has a lot of unfortunate white supremacist ideology that's baked into its fundamentals. But America also is an incredibly diverse country. It's a nation of immigrants at the end of the day. It's a nation that was built off of settler colonial genocide, indigenous genocide, and chattel slavery. But it also happens to be one of the most, if not the most diverse nation on the planet, entirely comprised of immigrants. So the bad part about it is that, unfortunately, when people identify with this American identity, sometimes they lean into the white nativist side of things. But there are so many people who recognize their immigrant background and all the culture that brings to the table, and therefore, you find a lot of like-minded people from all different parts of the world. And I think the best way to grapple with that is by finding your own people, right? Finding people from different parts of finding people from different cultures that you can identify with and engage in a mutually beneficial relationship with. At least that's what I've been able to do, and that's what I think is successful.
Hi
Hasan. I've been watching you since like 2020, and I feel like there's a good chance that I wouldn't be studying political science right now if it wasn't for you, so thanks for that.
I'm so sorry.
You've said that the left should be better at manufacturing outrage. What does effective outrage look like to you without sliding into the same bad faith tactics that you criticize on the right?
When I say the left should be better at manufacturing outrage, I'm not saying the left should be outrageous. What I'm simply talking about is that the system is outrageous, right? The conditions that we currently live under are outrageous. In the last 7 days, we've spent approximately $20 billion, this is a conservative estimate, destroying the lives of tens of thousands of Iranians at the behest of a foreign nation called Israel that is now completely in the driver's seat of our Middle East and North African foreign policy. $20 billion is quite a bit of money. I mean, a lot of people's student loan debt could be relieved that way. That's healthcare, that's building rural hospitals, that's roads. Like, how can you not be outraged at that, right? So what I try to stress to people is just like, there is this anger that exists. People understand that their situation is not getting better. And they're somewhat rudderless. And I feel like the right takes advantage of that anger and redirects it back to vulnerable populations. And what we should do as leftists is to redirect anger to a more productive output to those who actually do control the levers of power, the forces of capital in general. And that's what I mean when I say the left should get better at manufacturing outrage.
Hey Hasan, I'm Rowan Sharma. Thanks for all the talking points I used in high school debate and at Thanksgiving. Thanks. I'm an RA on campus, and this year our Northwestern leadership has dissolved or reorganized departments related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And all parts of my role have been shifted from DEI to community well-being. How can we operate within systems that capitulate to fascism and still make radical change? And should we continue to exist in these institutions or make change from the outside?
That's a great question. I mean, these are hurdles, right? But you just got to push through them, and you have to be stubborn. And there's honestly nothing else that you can do. I don't think that like leaving the institution or organization is helpful. I mean, there are some organizations where the entirety of the output is bad, right? Like if you're like asking me to join the American military or something, I'd be like, don't do that, right? But as far as like your college campus, you have to be steadfast, and you have to continue pushing no matter what, and that change will come. And it might shock you at you might be shocked with how successful you are at the end of that. Because these guys, I mean, reactionary forces they're a paper tiger. They don't really have the investment. They don't have the social investment. They don't have the masses. It's a fleeting thing. What you have is a defense of your loved ones, a defense of a diverse student body that you want to protect, and that gives you an upper hand in the conversation when you're organizing, and therefore it's impossible for you not to win unless you give up. So what I always tell people is just be stubborn, be steadfast, and keep pushing through it no matter what.
It's going. So I guess building off that last question, I feel like there are kind of two main obstacles to creating progressive change on a national level. And one is like the lack of class consciousness, cultural inertia, money in politics. But then also, like you said, there's structural obstacles to a third party. The Senate, the Supreme Court, the Electoral College are all kind of set up in ways that limit the ability to create progressive change. So how do you accomplish systemic change within existing power structures that are kind of set up to limit the ability to create change?
It's a great question. So you're absolutely right.
there are immense structural hurdles to overcome, but the best way to overcome it is by mobilizing the masses. Whether it be, again, pushing back against the fascist state, deploying its own version of the Gestapo to dominate your neighbors and kidnap them. The only way to overcome great odds is by organizing. We don't have the systems in place right now. We have a labor movement that is somewhat corporate captured and is a vestige of the Democratic Party for the most part. And instead of actually pressuring the Democratic Party, it more so just operates as a electoral vehicle for the Democratic Party, and it's even failing at achieving that goal too. But that is where we have the power. Disrupting the forces of capital is, at the end of the day, exactly where we have all the power. Work stoppages, making demands be known, and harming capital interests. That is how we win. So that's why I focus a lot of my initiatives on the labor movement in general.
Hi Hasan, I'm a big fan of every outfit you wore in the mid to late 2010s. My question is about candidate evaluation, I guess, and I'm specifically contextualizing this with Tom Steyer and these sort of progressive populist candidates who kind of come from unorthodox places. When I think about Steyer and him being a billionaire but having a platform that would materially benefit the people of California, how do we as progressives balance the sort of ethical implications of welcoming a billionaire into the camp and supporting his candidacy with the immediate material concerns that could be alleviated by some of his policies? And where do we kind of draw that line for what we're willing to tolerate from these candidates, from your perspective?
Yeah, so two things. One, you have a billionaire governor in the state, right? And he's actually somewhat beloved from what I understand. I mean, he's fine. He's a billionaire at the end of the day. You gotta keep him at an arm's distance, but he has done all right as far as judging his performance with the rest of the governors around this country. The other thing I'll say is that every establishment Democrat and every Republican is also a servant of capital. They are also servants of billionaires. You're almost cutting out the middleman in some respects if you have a direct billionaire. Is he going to accelerate late-stage capitalism? I mean, he already won. He's already doing that, right? He can get that with Eric Swalwell, for example. So I don't see a serious material difference between a run-of-the-mill Democrat versus someone like that. Having said that, I think Tom Steyer has some unique ideas that shouldn't really be unique, and ideas that people like Bernie Sanders have also advocated for. So you have to just look at their policies and figure out whether they're earnest or not in terms of achieving those policies, figure out if they're serious and sincere, and make that decision no matter what their background is.
Hey Hasan, I'm ND, and you kind of referenced this already about how cooked the job market is. That's due in no small part to artificial intelligence and advances in that space. And with research coming out of Anthropic, it's kind of suggesting that some point in the future, autonomous systems are going to be capable of doing most of, if not all, work. And we're going to be in this period of abundance. But I don't think our current system is prepared for a post-work society. So what does a post-work society look like for you?
I think it was Stavros Halkias who said the robots are supposed to be doing the menial labor and we're supposed to be doing the art, but somewhere along the way the robots started doing the art and we're still doing the menial labor. That's not because technological innovation is bad. Technological innovation is good, right?
It's just that technological innovation under capitalism is one that displaces the existing labor force and creates downward pressure on wages and benefits, and is horrible for the masses in general. So work society will look like, I mean, I've seen it in movies, right? Like the Star Trek universe comes to mind, but that's not the society that we live in currently. So we just have to, I keep repeating myself over and over again, but we just have to keep organizing for that future to make sure that that instead of having masses turn into biofuel for the capital-owning class, we demand a bigger piece of the productive output that we're putting out there. If you have a new tool that makes you a more productive laborer, that means if 5 people can now do the job of 10, that means 5 people are getting fired. But this new radical vision of how the economy should be organized is where 10 people actually just work half the time. And I think we can ask for that. I think we should ask for that. And the only way to make that demand is by creating the necessary systems, labor unions and the like, to make sure that we reconstruct the way workplaces operate in this country.
Hi, Hasan. Oh, sorry, that was loud. But hi, Hasan. My name's Xander. I'm a first year here at Northwestern, and you are absolutely right. The world is on fire. IQ levels are decreasing. AI is becoming more powerful, and I am overwhelmed. I'm a pre-med student. I don't have all the time in the world to really, tackle all these issues at once, and I really, really, really want to. And I keep hearing that we have to organize, and I know we have to organize. I know that it's like, we're the young generation. It's in our power to actually make the change that we want to see in the world. But my biggest question to you is how? What is one real tangible way that we, as a Northwestern community, can begin to organize? This is honestly an open question to everyone. I'm willing to talk about it with people after this. But I think it's so important that we actually begin to start having conversations, and more than just conversations, start meeting and actually start organizing. But I'm just unsure of where to start. Sorry, I do have 2 questions.
I mean, YDSA is a pretty good starting point, I would say. Democratic Socialism of America is a pretty good starting point. I mean, there's a lot of, you can organize around mutual interests as well, and go from there. But as far as political organizing, I would recommend the DSA, joining your local campus DSA organization. I hope that was good enough. I don't know. I feel like you're a little disappointed. Arm the masses. Now, let's do it. We got red armbands at the door.
Front lines with me?
What's up?
Let's see you on the front lines with me?
Yeah, well, I'll be there.
Okay, and the second question to you is, one of the only things that we can keep doing, is just people in the world. It's overwhelming. You can only keep living in. I gotta say, you really haven't lived until you tried Lisa's burrito soup. Hey, come and get Lisa with us afterwards.
Okay, all right, I will try it.
You will try it?
Yeah.
Was he there?
Why are people booing? Everyone's booing. What's happening?
All right, thank you.
I'll make Mauricio try it.
Hi, Hasan. I just have, it's more of a specific question, but I wanted to ask what you believe.
It's the bare minimum that we should be fighting for, 100%. Failure doesn't mean anything, but I will say, the very fact that the very fact that after all that organizing, that it still ends up failing, is, I think, indicative of how powerful the divestment initiatives actually are. Because if it wasn't, they would just go, all right, we're divesting, right? But the very fact that divestments are an incredibly powerful tool that student organizers can advocate for, and that is the reason why there's so much pushback against it. So I definitely urge BDS, urge people to follow BDS and continue pushing for divestment initiatives, regardless of how many setbacks you receive. It's important. It's not only the moral thing to do, but it's also very successful. It has been successful in the past with apartheid South Africa, and that is precisely the reason why Zionist groups spend a good deal of time trying to infiltrate and try to push back on these sorts of initiatives. So yeah, keep up the good work, for sure.
I actually met you 2 summers ago at the DNC protest. So I have one quick question and one slightly medium question. The quick question is, what was your favorite food you had in China?
Ooh. What was it? We had this is it dan noodles that we had that was like you made it yourself and you put it together yourself, you constructed it yourself. That was probably my favorite.
Okay, great. And then I don't know, weird, but not you, me. The second question is, with the opposition to this war, we've seen a lot of people take like a procedural opposition to it. From one, Democratic politicians, which I think are being malicious in that they're doing it on purpose, but then there's also liberal people who are just like people who are just believing it because they've been conditioned to think that way. How do we get people to stop thinking in terms of, like, if Congress approved it and it was through the right process, that it would be okay for some reason to do a imperialist, illegal, evil war? You know, how do we convince people that that's not the way you should be looking at it? You should be looking at it as wrong because of what it's doing.
Great question. So I think we got to give people more credit. I think that people have broad opposition towards war in general, but when that's the only acceptable lane of opposing war, that's what they lean into. As far as the party goes, of course, I mean, a lot of these people are charlatans. There's a rotating villain structure within the Democratic Party that specifically always finds just enough votes to not pass the war powers resolution. So even if their opposition is on the procedural front, they still find a way within the caucuses to ensure that even that bare minimum procedure doesn't pass through. And that's where agitating and that's where organizing actually comes into play. Go to town halls and call your congressperson. Go to town halls. It will shock you how successful that stuff is. Once again, these guys don't really talk to normal people at all. They have lobbyists on speed dial that go to all these events they go to, closed door events, where they're fundraising. So that's who they end up talking to. But if they actually have to address their constituents, they find out that no, their constituents are actually very pissed off about this, and the lobbyists were lying to them. Not to say that all the congresspersons are hapless, but plenty of them actually are. And you have to make sure that you are unavoidable. You have to become an unavoidable force, and you have to let your anger and discontent be known. But yeah, as far as regular folks goes, I think most people do have an opposition to war on moral grounds. But one successful method for at least Americans who tend to be on the selfish side is to talk to them about the dollar value. If they don't care about the humanity of the people whose lives are being destroyed, talk about the fact that they always tell you, isn't it weird that they always tell you we don't have enough money for healthcare, but then Donald Trump is just light $100 billion on fire and destroy the global economy for no real discernible reason other than following along, Israel's destruction agenda. It's ridiculous. And I think that's a fairly successful way of convincing Americans who are maybe a little bit on the selfish side.
Great, thank you.
Well, there's lots of great individual leaders in the Democratic Party. That's why you're here. I'm worried that just the party's brand at large has been so thoroughly just ruined by right-wing people, but also their own terrible decisions, that the party will always be stuck as a permanent opposition. Besides a total hostile takeover like what Trump did to the Republicans, do you think that the Democrat brand will ever be able to recover?
No, I don't think so. I genuinely don't think the Democratic Party brand will ever recover, but like I said, there's an opportunity there because they're so weak. In 2016, after Bernie's defeat, there were a wave of a lot of progressive candidates who also self-identified as Democratic Socialists. They ran and won. That's where the squad was formed, right? Some of our best politicians came from that group. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley has also been, outperforming my expectations, certainly. And but back then, the Democrats actually had a resistance front, I guess. They were able to take advantage of the growing anger and discontent and then move organizing in a very liberal direction, where it was just an opposition to Donald Trump and not necessarily an opposition to the systems that created Donald Trump. This time around, they've completely given up. And that's why I always stress, people are very angry. Lifelong Democrats are very angry. And I think that's part of the reason why they are becoming they are starting to identify as socialists or democratic socialists. They're exploring alternatives that they never thought they would. And if the Democratic Party's brand is failing, we should continue using the election vehicle that exists already within the Democratic Party. An example I can use is Zoran. If Zoran ran as an independent in New York as a DSA candidate, he probably wouldn't have gotten the Working Families Party endorsement, and he probably wouldn't be mayor right now. So there is still opportunity to work within the confines of the Democratic Party, but if they are so resistant to making the necessary changes, then we'll build it ourselves. But as far as salvaging the reputation of the Democrats, that's not what I'm invested in. If they're going to be hostile to salvaging the reputation of the Democratic Party, if they're not going to be a vehicle for change, if they're not going to be an agent for change, then we'll have to design it ourselves.
Do you think the only option then would be a third party for long-term?
Do you want to say it in the mic so people can hear you?
I'm supposed to have the mic back, but this worked. Do you think the only way then to kind of have long-term political power would be a third party?
Possibly, yeah. It's entirely dependent on where things go, right? If tomorrow, all of a sudden, there was an overwhelming coalition of socialists within the ranks of the Democratic Party, and then a lot of these other candidates were like, well, I want to cover my bases, I want to make sure that I'm not replaced, I would still want to serve my constituents, I think a lot of other people would follow along. But that's the less likely scenario if we're being real, because as we've seen with the likes of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, the national party is not even remotely interested in doing the bare minimum pushback against Trump, and it's actually leading to their own demise. So I'm very pragmatic when it comes to this sort of stuff. If the Democrats will completely retool the party and become a socialist party, great. Do I believe that that'll happen? Probably not. And if that doesn't happen, and there is enough momentum for a robust alternative, a successful alternative, then I believe that there will be a point in time when that separation will take place.
Hi, Hasan. First of all, I wanted to thank you for buying your new soundboard recently. Of course, it only has one sound, but it has changed my life. Anyway, my question is the following. Online political spaces often reward the most confident or extreme takes. How do you try to maintain intellectual honesty in an environment where saying, I don't know, doesn't always perform well?
It's a great question. I say I don't know all the time. So I don't know why I've been able to achieve success, regardless of being very open about the limits to my knowledge. As a matter of fact, I have crippling self-doubt all the time. And I do feel like some people take advantage of that, like oppositional figures take advantage of that to present me as someone who is not very knowledgeable and present themselves as like confident orators who are very skillful, who are very knowledgeable on issues that they don't know anything about. Having said that, I think honesty is the best policy, and you should stay true to yourself. And if there's an issue that you're oblivious on, you just go do the reading and figure it out, and be open with people, be honest with people.
Hi Hasan, I've been watching for a long time, so it's crazy that you're here. As someone who's not in legacy media, sometimes gets featured on Sky News Australia, like how do you feel like people are getting, with the introduction of like podcast spaces, Twitch streamers, and YouTubers, how do you feel like that space is changing and influencing people like us, and how do you see it changing in the future?
Yeah, it's both good and bad. The good is what we saw with the pressure campaign and the awareness shift away from unconditional support to Israel to recognizing the plight of the Palestinians. That was a good thing, and that would not have happened without independent media. Mainstream media has been very pliant to the interests of the State Department, which unfortunately align with Israel's goals of death and destruction. The bad is there's a lot of bad faith actors out there, there's a lot of grifters out there, and there's a lot of people who are taking advantage of the lack of interest from the market in being honest. And this has created an environment where there is basically no consensus reality. It's very destabilizing. So I don't know what the actual solution to this problem is. I just feel like you just have to engage in media literacy to the best of your ability, and to make sure that you have a healthy media diet of a diverse array of opinions, and you're still taking advantage of the readily available mainstream resources as well. I try to stress the importance of that in my commentary every day. I don't necessarily just across the board shit on mainstream media and say don't listen to the New York Times ever, but I try to hold your hand through the process of reading the news, of understanding the news, while also showcasing the biases that these supposedly independent outlets actually have. But they are still very relevant. They still have journalists, they have massive teams, even though they're getting smaller and smaller, like with what the Washington Post turned into under the leadership of Jeff Bezos, the ownership of Jeff Bezos. But as long as they still exist, you just gotta take advantage of it to broaden your understanding of the world.
Hello. So during the last New York City mayoral election, you criticized Democrats like Chuck Schumer for withholding their support for Zoran Mamdani. Yet during the 2024 election, you were extremely hesitant and qualified in your support of Kamala Harris, and constantly tell people to not vote for what is the only anti-Trump American party. So my question is, do you regret not enthusiastically endorsing Kamala Harris, given you exercise tremendous sway amongst American leftists? Obviously. Put more broadly, do you think you could better leverage your platform to help anti-Trump candidates win elections, even when those candidates' platforms don't necessarily align with your views? Do you think the Democrats need to become a full-fledged socialist party?
Well, I work with a lot of candidates who aren't full-fledged socialists. I mean, I literally just had a billionaire on, and he very clearly is not a socialist, as he communicated to me over and over again. But the majority of the candidates I work with, as a matter of fact, are not socialists at all. I mean, Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan, he's not a socialist, love him, I think he's great. Because, once again, like I've said over and over again, I'm pragmatic. And one thing I will say, as far as the Chuck Schumer versus me dynamic, is it's very simple. Zoran was a great candidate, and that's why Chuck Schumer should have endorsed him. as the leader of, it's one of the leaders of the Democratic Party. I, as a Twitch streamer, don't think that I had the responsibility to endorse Kamala Harris, especially when Kamala Harris herself made no investment whatsoever in trying to secure the votes of people like myself. The other side of that story, of course, is that no matter how much sway I have amongst the leftist masses, which I don't think I have that much sway, and overwhelming majority of my audience ended up voting for Kamala Harris, reluctantly, albeit. But the reality of the matter is I can't outflank the party. If Kamala Harris is communicating to the broadest base of support that she can with a multi-billion-dollar, or with a billion-dollar campaign, basically, that she stands for $50,000 in tax credits for small businesses, and a continuation of the genocide, a continuation of Biden's horrible legacy, then I can go on my Twitch stream and be like, guys, what you're hearing from Kamala Harris is wrong. She actually is an anti-Zionist. She's principled on this, and she's going to dissect and destroy the Zionist entity piece by piece. But I'd just be a liar at that point, right? And most people would just look at that and go, okay, well, I'm not getting that from her at all. And now I don't even trust you any longer, right? And that's what I always try to stress to people, this idea that we as individuals bear a larger weight, a larger a piece of the responsibility as opposed to the party itself. If the party chooses to communicate what they're about, we can't really outflank them and then lie to one another and lie to ourselves that the party's actually going to, to represent different values. And no matter how hard we do that, most people that are completely outside of our reach, normal people, working class people that turn on the television and remember that there's an election every 4 years, they're going to see a TV ad and they're going to be like, oh, I guess this is what's going on. This is what Kamala Harris is about. It's not exactly enthusing me to go out and vote for her, and they're just going to stay at home. This is very important for Democrats to understand, and I try to stress that to them all the time when I talk to them in private meetings, when I talk to them in person on camera, is that, like, you have to have a positive vision, and you have to make your case, because no matter how much harm reduction as a theory is correct, right? Because it is correct. The Democrats are better than the Republican Party. I will never vote for a Republican. I will never tell anyone to vote for a Republican. I will always tell people not to vote for Republicans, which is what I stress throughout the election cycle. Most people don't operate on harm reduction. They want to hear something that they want to vote for, rather than vote against the terrifying nature of the Republican Party. I could talk about this for hours, but that's the short and sweet of it, really.
Because of time, we have to move on to our final question right now.
Oh, okay. A lot of pressure. Make this good.
Okay. Hi, Hasan.
I have to pee really bad, guys. So I'm kind of glad that this is coming to an end.
It's the monster energy. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's coursing through me.
Your broadcast inspired me to study economics in college, like many of us in this room. However, I've come to realize most of my coursework assumes a liberal capitalist framework, and I don't know how many more times I can maximize a profit function. I was wondering if you had any academic resources that you recommend to study socialist theory for someone kind of disillusioned with the topic.
As far as Marxian economists goes, Richard Wolff is one, Yanis Varoufakis is another. They have a lot of work on the subject. There's also much more dense material out there that's boring that I, as a non-econ major, have not even thought about reading. But it's important to understand capitalism and how it functions. A guy by the name of Karl Marx was obsessed with it and wrote volumes about capitalism. So I don't think that learning econ or studying econ is a bad thing at all. I think it's actually a good thing. It's important to have a decent understanding of it. And I feel like there are some advanced courses in most college campuses that finally allow you to develop a deeper understanding of alternative modes of production or different systems. But yeah, the entry levels are usually going to be just liberal capitalism. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out again. Join our list here, follow us on Instagram, and have a great night. Thank you.
Sorry for the. Oh, thanks.
Yep.
Sorry for those hiccups, chat. I want to fucking jump, but hopefully it was still good.
Oh my god, I have to pee so bad.
I think the closest bathroom.
Yeah, we'll just run over there, but we'll. There's a meet and greet after this, right?
So we didn't announce it because we didn't want people just like start crowding the stage. We figured usually after events,
hell yeah,
yeah, like that's everything. People come up to the stage and try to say hi.
Yeah.
But if you want to go to the bathroom real quick.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna end the stream as well right here. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow, like I said, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, the Jam Podcast boys, they're gonna be on, and I'll obviously do my regular news coverage as well. But yeah, thank you for sticking around. I'm only now starting to feel the Monster Energy drink, which is crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna go do a meeting right now and maybe get some food. I'm starving. No, I'm good, thank you. Oh, another Monster.